Oh.
Oh my god.
That sounds like my,
How appropriate.
Sorry, it sounds like you're what?
it sounds like my friend Sal.
That computer voice?
Yeah, he fucking does that voice, I kid you not.
Oh my god.
Jack, can you stop it and start it again in just a minute? I have to pee, I just realized.
Sure.
Oh my god. No, you should just keep recording that.
It'll come out in post, I'm sure. It'll be fine.
Do you remember? Yeah, we'll fix that. We'll edit
Just
that
fix
out
it in
later.
post.
Yeah,
Fix
fix
it
it in
post.
post.
The distance
That'll be fine. It'll be
screaming.
fine.
Exactly. Well, look, one day maybe we'll want to look back on this and laugh about how it all started.
Insubordination right at the
Having
beginning.
to pee.
What do you mean look back on? We're already laughing right now.
That's true. That's true.
Remember that time? 30 seconds ago?
You know what? I do remember that. Oh my god, I haven't thought about that in like 5 seconds.
Thank gosh we have this recording.
I know, right? I might have forgotten about it otherwise.
Exactly.
I mean, if anything, we can use this as our future laugh track. Because it's mostly just us laughing.
Exactly.
Just keep layering our laughs.
Look, if
Throw
the
that
ratings
laugh
for this new Star Trek show that we are putting on right now start tanking, we can always turn it into a sitcom.
Sure. Sure.
Fantastic. Oh, well, that was super embarrassing. You know how when you get nervous and then suddenly you feel like you have to pee?
Yeah.
Okay, did you stop the recording or do we just have that now forever?
Oh, no,
okay.
It's still going. It's been going the whole time.
Cool, that's great.
Yeah.
All right. So we are starting out our game at the Utopia Planitia shipyards, where we will be seeing our ship for the very first time. Thank you, Carla. We're going to be taking a break at 7:30, just so you guys know.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Over the last 6 to 2 months, depending on what your position is on the ship, you've known that this mission is coming up and have been either working with your future colleagues or communicating, or you just found out about this a month ago if you're, a lower crewman and this is where you were assigned to be. I don't have a good description of the Utopia shipyards, Jack. Do you remember what they look like?
There is no one consensus on what they look like or what they even are. So, no.
Wow, that's cool.
Just make it up, just wing it.
What we have is a space station, and they make the ships there. And then they send the ships away from there. So let your imagination run wild.
Is it like in orbit of something, or is it planet side?
It would be in orbit.
Okay.
What I believe is that there used to be one. It was in orbit of Mars. I'm going to say that this one is in orbit of Earth, because that's what I say.
Sounds good.
The power's already coming to your head.
I've gone mad with power already. So you have shown up the night before. You've probably been on Earth and then shuttled up to the station. It's early in the morning, and most of the crew has already been boarded the ship and found their quarters, getting settled in. If you have staterooms, you're dropping off your goods and then getting ready to assemble your kids, your clothes, your various items, so that you'll have a nice room to come back to. Or if you're a crewman, you're in a small bunk with 6 people. So you probably have a little shelf and a couple drawers. So you're coming in with the knapsack on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe some people actually have things that get beamed over. They have room for furniture and all those kind of luxuries.
Nice. It's good to be command.
Yeah.
It is. The rank comes with some really nice perks, like not sleeping with 5 other people. You're planning to start your morning with the crew gathering in a cargo bay, where you will be addressed by the captain and then prepare to launch the ship. Where we're going to start our episode is early in the morning. Our captain, Lian Soon, and the first officer, who Chelsea is going to have to now pronounce his name out loud.
I'm so sorry. His name is Captain Robinaster, the ANR.
Commander.
Commander, sorry, shit. Commander
So
Robinaster.
ambitious.
I'll put it in the chat.
The chat doesn't help us say it out loud. That's the
I know.
Robinaster
I'll take
Thanar?
Robinaster.
Robinaster.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Okay, Robinaster.
Robinaster. Rabbit for short. But you guys don't get to call him that until you
Yeah.
know him better.
So, would he prefer to be called Commander Thanar?
Yes.
You cut out for me.
Oh,
Did I
you
get
there?
disconnected?
Did I cut out? You guys cut out for me too. Hooray!
Oh,
Hello?
Then,
Hello, can you guys hear
Hello.
me now?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
Rob
Commander-
Anouster.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Hold on. I'm spelling it.
Okay.
Robin Oster. So is that family name or given name or?
Given name.
So that's his given name. So his quote unquote last name is Thanar.
Thanar. So that's what we would call him then. Commander Thanar or?
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Commander Thanar, which is a little
Commander
tough to say, but we'll get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about tolerance out here in space.
It is. It is.
Cultural understanding.
So we begin our episode panning in on the docks, where Captain Lian Soon is waiting to meet her executive officer. Captain Sun is Chinese woman in her late 40s. She's in good shape and looks good for her age, though. She's a little on the small side for what one might imagine a captain to be, but she still has a presence to her at the same time. And she has a kind face. She has black hair with just a little bit of gray starting to streak through it that she keeps kind of short just underneath her ears. And she's waiting for Commander Thanar to show up, and when she sees him coming down the gangway, as it were, she smiles and offers like a little wave as he approaches, and then Chelsea, go ahead and tell us what he looks like.
Coming down the walkway is a tall man, about like he seems to suspiciously be around 6 foot, but it's hard to tell because of the antennae extending from his head. He has 2 artificial antennae, which kind of like bounce and express his emotions as he's walking. And he has a distant look on his face as if he's not really focused on anything. And upon seeing that, observers can pretty much guess very easily that he is blind. And as he's walking, he notices his captain and greets her with a little nod of his head. He has white hair and white skin, and which seems to have like a bit of a bluish tint in some areas, kind of almost like an opalescent sheen. And he's already in his outfit. He's prim and dressed proper, and he walks with straight back and steady stride. And He walks to his captain and greets her with a small bow.
And she smiles and she offers the same exact same level of bow back, not making it any deeper or any shallower. And she says, "Greetings, Commander. It's wonderful to meet you in person."
Greetings, Captain. It is my honor to be chosen for this this exemplary opportunity.
Are you as excited as I am about it?
Of course I am excited.
I'm glad to hear it. Should we go take a look at our new bridge?
Of course. It's gonna be very, very interesting getting to know such a small and advanced ship. I suppose it won't take long.
Agreed. We have quite a bit at our fingertips, even though we have such a small ship.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving, especially when you're blind.
she giggles. She giggles. She's a captain who giggles.
That's really nice.
She's very pretty cute looking, and she even though she looks pretty young, you can see in like 15 or 20 years she's gonna look like an auntie, like my Hawaiian aunties. And she giggles at your blind joke, and she taps
Great.
her communicator, and she says, "Soon to transporter room," and they answer back, and she says, to beam over to the Sagan Bridge, please." And the sparkles appear in your vision and whirl around you, and the bridge appears before you, brand new, with not a single scuff from any inexplicable explosion from a console or blood from somebody's head hitting a railing. It's spotless and a little bit unlike any bridge that you've been on before, because this is so new. You know, there's always a kind of new styling that comes with each generation, and in the last 20 years, it's gone from that mid-century modern next generation look that's all tans and browns, and now really fond of blue lights and silver and kind of industrial looking. For whatever reason, that's what the Starfleet interior designers are into these days. And the lights are down a little bit in the bridge. It's not fully lit up because we still got a few hours now before we're actually going to set up. There is a little bit of a hum because the machines are warming up. The engines are getting going in preparation to finally leave the dock that this ship has been waiting at for, oh gosh, probably a couple years, I would imagine it takes to make a starship. Said the narrator knowingly.
Yeah, so fancy.
Yay. Thanks, Jack. Good picture.
You're welcome.
Oh, hey, that's great. Is that the Voyager?
That's Voyager, yeah.
That's great. Yeah, that's a very good depiction of the vibe that this
The
has.
aesthetic.
The aesthetic
That's
of
nice.
this and the ship. A lot of gentle blue lighting, which makes sense, really. It's a soothing environment.
Not for long.
Not for long. They want it to be a soothing environment. So as you appear in your new bridge, the captain takes a look around, and she's just smiling like a kid in a candy shop. She looks overjoyed. And how is your response to this, Commander?
He makes the motion of looking around and observes this area with kind of a gentle surprise, and he's trying not to telegraph too much that he's actually like really, really excited for this opportunity. He's trying to keep it all like buttoned in and stuff, but you can kind of tell by the way that he grips his hands behind his back.
What are his antennae doing?
Definitely like perked and like searching,
Nice.
almost as if looking for him.
Yeah,
hmm
that's
So
cool.
he's straight laced, but his antennae are completely betraying everything.
Oh wow, these would be bad poker players. These aliens, wouldn't they?
They would be
Eventually can
awful.
learn to control that with practice. The captain says, Commander, if you don't mind me asking, and I probably should know just for the sake of
Yes, Captain.
safety, I suppose, what exactly can you see?
That's Captain. That's a very, very appropriate question. I can actually sense many details about our surroundings through my telepathy. However, it's difficult for me to put the science to words, but I can distinguish our environment and various elements from it. I just cannot perceive it as you or others can.
I can understand. I mean, there's plenty of species that entirely experience the world differently than any of us, that live in planes that we don't understand. So it makes sense that your experience of reality could be different than mine, but valid nonetheless. I just want to make sure that we have an environment that suits your needs, and that we make sure that your duties are appropriate to any, forgive me saying, but any possible limitations.
Of course, and I respect your awareness to such things. However, you do not have to worry for me. I would not have made it this far had I any limitations.
I
The way
got that exact feeling.
The way that I function is not a limiter so much as it is a variant on how I interact and perceive the world. But my people, they survived for hundreds of years in the icy cold wastes of Andorra. And if we can survive there, I'm sure I can survive fine on this ship.
The plight of your people was a terrible story, and it is unfortunate that such a unique and very special race as your own experienced such a terrible turmoil.
It is a fact that causes me much grief, especially that I could not be there personally to be a part of it. But in some way, perhaps it is for the best because now I can be here.
You are clearly a shining example of the people that sadly were lost.
I hope to remain that way and to serve as a reminder that that my people go on.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
Along those lines, I should be forthright with the fact that, and I'm sure you know, that I know about, your history, what happened to you, and where you came from. It's kind of all on file, you know what I mean.
I would be suspicious had you no idea, Captain.
Good. I just want to make sure that you know what I know.
Of course. And I know that it is probably far too early in our relationship to make a decision, but I would like to extend the offer of my telepathy and being able to know your thoughts. But I know that this is something that is earned, and my people, when they were alive, we never looked upon any other person's thoughts without permission. And I would just like to extend that knowledge to you now.
I appreciate the level of consent that comes with that, and I would have to think about it. It's not something that I ever considered, opening my mind to another species. But I appreciate the Intimacy of the offer?
Of course, it is only meant to be a method of trust, because I know that it is something that I can offer you in service to you as your commander, and it is something that will be earned, and I will not ever betray your trust.
It's a very interesting prospect, Commander. We should definitely talk about this more at a later. A lot of questions about your whole experience and all that, but we have plenty of time. Do you want to give our new seats a try?
You're very excited for this, and yes, I would very much like that.
And we've just kind of been standing in the middle of the bridge chatting, and she looks over at those. Do we have 2 seats or 3 seats, Jack? What did we decide on?
Well, technically the blueprints show 2 seats, but I felt we should have 3. So I just said 3.
That works for me. So I assume that the commander would be the captain's right side as the right-hand man? Or
The
does it
Riker
even
chair.
matter?
That's usually what Riker said.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it'd be similar. Yeah, it'd be similar to how Enterprise does it. Yeah.
So
I'm gonna Riker sit in the chair. I can't do that in this chair, but
That's a very
it will happen eventually.
I am definitely picturing you trying to Riker over the back of one of these chairs. So.
We're gonna have.
I hate that you can use his name as a verb.
Yep.
Riker Suru.
Why would you do this?
I'm gonna have an episode of our game where there's an illness that goes around and makes everybody forget how to sit, and they all just try and Riker sit all over the place.
This is a terrible idea.
Thank you so much.
Horrible disease that passes through the ship, and there's
This
just
is what
footprints
happens.
everywhere.
Also, the only music the computer will play is trombone music.
Well, we're gonna be like possessed by the ghost of Riker.
Yes.
The ghost of Riker's past.
Yes.
Awful.
Okay. Anyway.
So, yeah, you guys sit down in your shiny black new seats and take a look at this bridge before you that's about to be filled with the officers that you will spend at least the next 6 months, at the very least, maybe longer.
Sorry, at the least how long?
At the very least 6 months.
Mm.
Then the project, the whole project gets an evaluation at that point to see whether or not to continue, whether to replace any of the equipment that's been being tested.
Cool.
And the captain looks at Theanar and says, "This is going to be a fun ship to drive."
Thank you so much for inviting me on this opportunity. I do look forward to being able to help our team expand on the sciences that will help us protect the people in this universe.
Well, I suppose we ought to get going. I have to go to say a speech. I don't know about that. It's my first time as a captain.
I could have been tricked otherwise.
That's very kind of you to say.
I think you're just gonna do just fine, Captain.
Likewise, Commander. Smash cut to another scene. All right, we got through a scene.
Yay!
Hey.
Hey.
And Chelsea died.
No, Chelsea, you need to go drink a cup of tea.
I'm doing it right now, believe me.
Well, now I am just. This is what his voice is always going to be in my head, and what's going to.
Oh no!
When you come back, when you come back and you're healed, it's gonna be like they got a new voice actor. I don't
I
like
know. I'm gonna be like, what happened?
Is he okay? Did the voice actor die? Look it up.
Yeah, voice actor's dead.
Oh
no.
I'll try and keep the intonation at least the same.
no! There you go. There you go.
I know, even though like I'm like 3 octaves below what my usual voice is.
I mean, you can channel Arel a little bit. I think.
Yeah.
You are absolutely correct. He's very Arel.
Mm-hmm.
Arel's a bit more pissy, but
yeah, he's like a put together Arel.
that's so sad.
Rude.
Accurate though.
Arel's
Yeah.
scoffing somewhere in the distance. He's like, fuck these people, they don't even fucking know me.
You don't know me.
You don't even know.
Okay.
He's drunk now, apparently.
Our next scene is going to be in one of the crew staterooms for the senior officers. These are not huge, but they are nicely furnished, and they have real nice bathrooms and a living area as well as a bedroom. And I think, Jack, did you make like quarters for the kid and parent situation where the kids have their own room, or is it shared bedroom?
Well, I didn't do. So for the kids that I made, they're basically sharing a crew bedroom with their parents.
Okay.
That's how I thought about it. Yeah.
Same. Okay, so there you go.
Cool.
And what we are looking upon now is Jarit Dell's quarters, where he is going to be dropping off his son Corin, and their things have been already transported over and waiting in their room for them. And once Corin gets settled, then Lieutenant Commander Dell will be going to the cargo bay to check in with the crew.
Cargo bay, okay. All right.
And you're off.
These are nice. What do you think, Corin?
So wait, do we share a room or no? Like, is there?
Oh yeah,
are
that's
the
a good
bedrooms?
question.
This is out of character, by the way.
Yeah.
So it seems like there's a bedroom that has 2 beds in it, right, Jack?
We didn't talk about specifically Jarrett and Corin and whether they were going to be different. But my thinking is that we basically, what I would say is it's an officer stateroom, but it's been modified and there's 2 beds.
Okay. But in one room without a wall.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
I want to say
that still stands. He still would say these look really nice.
So just to supplement my inability to act, Corin is over the moon. This is so exciting. Not thrilled about sharing a room with his dad.
Yeah, that's fair.
But still excited.
You know what?
So,
you guys should give us a quick description of what these 2 characters look like.
Oh yeah. So Jarrit Dell is a trill, a joined trill. Not that you can tell from the outside, but he basically looks like an attractive.
Looks like Sagan or Carl Sagan.
A little bit, but if Carl Sagan was a hot Indian actor,
yeah,
very attractive.
Hot Indian Carl Sagan the Trill.
Yes,
God is
yes.
beautiful.
And so he's got the quintessential rose spots down the sides of his face, and they disappear into the collar of his uniform. His have a slightly bluish tint. and he's got a bit of a streak of gray going through his black hair. But he's tried to convince himself that he's distinguished. But he also bristles a little every time Corin finds. Yeah, that's him. He's very he has a very sort of cheerful, upbeat air about him.
Corin looks a lot like his dad, just younger, rounder features. I found a photo reference to that.
Oh yeah, put that up.
Probably has shorter to kind of hair like his dad. I want to play Corin like his dad is one of his biggest heroes. So a lot of conscious and subconscious imitating his dad.
I love it. Yeah, you should put there it is. So he's adorable.
Sorry, I don't have drawing yet.
Oh, you're fine.
Right. So yeah, it's nice. It's a small ship. But it's nice.
It is a small ship, but that just means it's gonna be a lot more like a family.
I hope so. Have they seen anybody coming in? Have they seen anyone just in passing?
That's a good question. Dusty, are you there?
Sorry about that.
No worries.
So it's been kind of like just passing people in the hallways, but just kind of everybody sort of coming and going, and you haven't seen anybody that you recognize from the personnel files of people that you're going to be working with.
Mm-hmm.
So you've just kind of seen the crewmen, ensigns, that sort of thing going out about.
Gotcha.
Okay. And I'm guessing that probably Corin didn't get to see a lot of personnel files ahead of time, just because child.
Right. Yeah, he wouldn't really know many details about the personnel, but I mean, if Jarrett had been like, oh yeah, the captain's this human who has a lot of science experience, then little details like that are.
Yeah, I think that that Jarrett would definitely have talked with Corin about here's going to be the senior staff, and he would have also told him about the other kids that were going to be on board too.
Right. Yeah. So Corin knows that that part of what's going on the ship that his dad is participating in is this kind of exchange program where some real smart kids are being allowed to come and hang out on the ship for 6 months and use the real fancy machinery that's here and work on projects of their own. And so it's going to kind of turn into a homeschooling experience for Corin.
Mm-hmm.
They call them the IMPs, which is the Innovative Young Minds Project.
Oh my god! I never tried to say it out loud.
Yes, they're the
adorable.
Imps.
That's adorable.
There are 3 imps that Jarrett is taking under his wing, but it's not really like Jarrett is going to be their teacher necessarily. He's not going to be up there teaching lessons. It's more of a self-directed study with these smarty kids, and they're working on their own research projects because they're too smart to still be in school, that sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
So Corin is going to be experiencing a sort of independent study homeschooling situation for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been told all of that.
Yeah.
Ahead of time during the last 6 months at some point.
Here's a question for you, JD, as Jarrett is later today, part of what you'll be doing is meeting the imps and kind of talking to them about what to expect. Is your plan to have your son share that study space with them so that, he goes and
I think
hangs out
so.
and works in the same area and has social experience?
I think so because even if you're not all working on the same thing, just having the energy of other people in a room can be conducive to encouraging the learning experience.
Yes, definitely. This is literally the kind of school that I went to briefly. I had a very odd junior high experience where it was this independent study group where you just like hung out all day in sort of a cubicle with a bunch of other people and just did self-directed study work. It kind of sucked, but
Well, hopefully this will be better.
So what that means then is that Corin can expect that right now he's going to be hanging out in your guys' quarters for a little bit while Dad goes and takes care of some stuff. And then he's going to come back and retrieve you so that the both of you are going to go meet the kids in this program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, I guess I'll just hang out here.
I shouldn't be long. I just have to go meet some of the other senior staff, but then we're gonna go meet the kids later today. That's pretty much the plan. Are you gonna be okay here on your own for a few hours?
Yeah, I should be. And he's kind of poking around the room, looking what kind of amenities it has. I'd imagine there's like computer access and
For sure. Yeah, replicator, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, replicator, so you could get whatever food, drinks, you could sneak ice cream while he's gone until he takes a look at what's been replicated and like, well, I guess I have to turn the safeties on for the kid.
Jarit knows all this, but he is not going to put any kind of lock in the replicator because it's good to start things off on a good note. And if he wants ice cream, that's a good note to start on.
But you can't replicate a gun because you have to like have high clearance for that. I think.
Yeah,
so
don't replicate a gun.
Yeah,
Corin.
no. The most mischievous thing he'll probably do is junk food.
Yeah.
Chips later. Oh no, this is why you don't eat anything you want.
Exactly. We all have to learn that lesson at some point.
Do you know how much of the ship I'll be allowed to see? How much I'll be allowed to explore later?
GM, have I been told that yet?
Well, it's kind of a structured sort of situation, so the kids maybe seeing some stuff, but under supervision. So, like, Corin will be able to tag along when the other kids have the opportunity to work in like engineering and the science bay under supervision. So he'll have that opportunity to see how the ship works, but there's a large part of it that is cordoned off as high security. But there's also the mess hall. Jack, what are your thoughts on this? How much free range would these kids have?
So I put in my thinking was that the hydroponics lab would have classroom area and mess hall area for them.
Okay, for them specifically.
Yeah,
Nice.
and with some replicators in there too for food and everything. So that in general, the only deck they really need access to is deck 3. This is for the imps. For Corin, it's going to be a little bit different,
right?
Because Corin and Jaret's quarters are on deck 4.
Right.
So so at least deck 3, all the kids will have access to. Corin will also have access to at least parts of deck 4. I think probably what's going to happen though is, in general, we didn't work it out exactly what areas are off limits or not, but the ship knows, right? The ship knows who's standing where, and isn't going to open the door for a kid who's trying to go somewhere he isn't supposed to go. So so for now, I think maybe the right thing to do is to say initially, like on the first day on board, Decks 3 and 4 are where you can go.
Cool.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, so there's going to be lots of places for you to go for sure. At least deck 4, which is where our quarters are, and deck 3 is going to be where most of the programming with the other kids is going to take place. But don't worry about it. If you end up somewhere that you're not supposed to be, the computer just won't open those doors. So pretty much, if you can get into a place, you're fine to be there.
Okay. He's definitely going to push that. He's going to approach every single door.
Absolutely. This is what happens when there's a kid on the starship. We all know this.
I mean, he is both a well-behaved kid, but also he's a kid.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He's a kid who's testing his new boundaries.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Why don't you think about how we can decorate these quarters? Because I am just not really good at that.
Okay.
But, we need to make this place feel a little more lived in, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit like living in a hospital for computers.
I can see that. Yeah, this lighting. It's very different than the Galaxy class for sure. But we'll make it livable, you and me. At least in our quarters. Well, all right. I better go meet my captain. We're gonna be great. This is gonna be great. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, kid?
All right. Thanks, Dad.
All right. And he gives him a big hug.
Hugs.
That lasts a little too long, probably for both of them.
Okay, I think you should go now. Dad, you're crushing me.
All right. He lets him go, and he kind of smooths his hair back down where he ruffled it. All right. Have fun. And don't spoil your dinner. I'm leaving the replicator unlocked. Don't let me come back and find out that you replicated a gallon of ice cream.
What's that? Yes? A gallon of ice cream?
I see.
2 gallons. 2 gallons of ice cream?
I'm watching you. Have fun. And then he leaves.
And scene.
Yay.
That was adorable. You guys make me happy.
2 gallons of ice cream later.
Yes. Oh no, Dad was right. Oh, how the turntables. Who'd have thought?
Yes.
Okay, so we now are going to cut to the cargo bay. We have more than one cargo bay, Jack, or
only one.
All right.
Only one.
Is it big enough to hold all of our small staff?
Let me see. I would say. Actually, here's what I would say. If you're going to have a gathering of, who is it going to be? The staff or the whole crew?
The whole crew. Sorry.
Shuttle bay. Use
the shuttle bay. Okay. We are in the shuttle bay with the shuttles.
The shuttle bay.
And the whole crew is assembled that aren't children or androids, and
or children androids,
or children androids. And it's it's a lot of people for one place, but certainly not compared to most starships that any of you guys have served on. This is particularly a small crew. I think we're looking at between 50 and 60 people. So, like
real small.
2 classes of school children.
Tall school children.
Very tall school children. And what happened?
What?
Oh, the ice cream gun. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. I thought something was wrong with somebody's line.
No, sorry.
That's okay. So the much like school children out on a yard, like when you do a fire drill, the departments are separated and lined up like a cross between children and military, with their commanding officers, at the lead of each department. And when everyone is assembled, then the captain and the executive officer enter the cargo bay, and both have that same kind of air that they just had. I mean, I don't know if Rabbit is putting on an extra hard face in front of his crew. What do you think?
Oh, he definitely is.
He's pulling back the enthusiasm.
He's putting on an air of like cool, in control, untouchable. He's got that kind of thing going on. Because he doesn't fucking know these people yet.
Yep, that's fair. And
he's got to earn their respect first.
Absolutely, that's a good first officer.
Yep.
It's like they say,
like Riker, who does Riker sits.
It's like they say in teaching, you don't smile until Thanksgiving.
Oh, there we go.
You got to be stern. You can't give them an inch.
Oh my gosh.
That is an amazing turn of phrase.
Yeah.
You do know that.
That's some teacher wisdom.
Yeah.
It's true.
I love it. Well, unlike the commander, the captain's face, maybe isn't quite as like open and fully excited, but she still has a kind face when she stands in front of her new crew, and she still has that certain like air of authority somehow. This older woman with a small frame, there's something about her that has this competence and confidence. And she looks at her crew and she says, "The first thing I want to say to you all is how happy I am to be here, and how happy I am to be working with all of you. If you have been doing what you're supposed to do and have read my personnel file, then you know plenty about my history and what's led me here. Sorry, I'm having an audio problem here.
Test.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. She says, when I entered the academy, I started out as a science officer. I spent a lot of time in school, and I had a good career as a science officer, but it was just never quite right for me. I was interested in too many things, and maybe not quite smart enough scientifically for all of those things, but I just had a passion for science that kept me going. And maybe halfway through my career, I decided I wanted to take a turn and participate in the scientific community in a different way. So I went back and I took a command track so that I could be led to this very job where I can lead a group of incredible scientists and the most brilliant, skilled minds in Starfleet. I am so excited to be here working with all of you and guiding us through a journey of innovation. This is an incredible time in the history of technological progress because there is so many changes happening so quickly, and all of these incredible opportunities for exploration in our sense of exploration, because there's plenty of starships out there right now who are pushing the edges of physical exploration, but we're the ones back home exploring the limits of knowledge, of technology, and of understanding of how our universe works. This is also an amazing time to be in Starfleet because this is the most diverse crew I have ever worked with as a human. When I started in Starfleet, there were not very many other races around. And it brings me joy to work in a place where all of you have different perspectives, whether it's because of where you came from or what your field of your career is. We have so much to learn from each other that's going to make us strong and going to create an opportunity for incredible discovery. I know it's a small ship and it's a little tight, but we have 2 holodecks. And between our 50-ish people, 2 holodecks, that's pretty good. You got to admit that. So I hope that is going to alleviate a little bit of the stress. But I think overall, we are going to have an amazing journey together. And before we take off to get ready to take off, I want to leave you with a quote from the namesake of our ship, which is...
Oh no, emotions.
Oh, sorry. We can judge our progress by the courage of our questions and the depth of our answers, our willingness to embrace what is true rather than what feels good. And now, my friends and my crewmates, to your stations, and let's begin this journey.
Yay!
I don't know if it's protocol to clap or not.
I have no idea whether it's protocol to clap.
I
don't remember. Yeah.
I don't think clapping would be fine.
Do whatever's in character.
Clap, 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 clap.
There's no clapping in
Oh,
Starfleet.
well, then Jared.
There's no clapping in Starfleet. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Actually, this is a good spot for us to take a break. I need to get a glass of water. Carla needs to help her mom or grandma get to bed. How long do you need for that, Carla?
Not that long.
Okay, like 15 minutes?
A little less.
Okay, that's great. So let's take a few minute break.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you, guys.
Also, maybe when we come back, my internet pooped out. I missed the quote. I want to hear the quote, but you can do that when we get back.
Okay, that
or you
works.
can just link it to me.
No, we'll make her say it again.
Oh gosh.
Again.
Once more.
All right, I'm gonna get a snack.
Yes.
Oh, JD, real quick.
What?
Before you go.
What? Yes.
I've noticed that we're getting like a little like periodic feedback from your microphone. I don't know if it's like plugged in all the way or something.
Yeah, I noticed that it was like popping up, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I would just reconnect things for shits and giggles.
Yeah,
I think it might be detecting you breathing.
God, that's so annoying.
But I don't know. You can play with its sensitivity and settings.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, guys.
Of course.
All right, I'm gonna disconnect for. Actually, I guess I can just mute. I love you too.
Okay, JD, my babe. Hi, Mael.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm actually gonna go brush my teeth because I've been eating all my snacks and now I have fuzzy teeth.
Oh no.
I
tried to eat, but everything tastes like paper. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, friendo.
It's okay. Go brush your teeth.
I'll be back and we can chill before we get back into it.
Okay. That's good.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Your voice sounds much better than it did at the beginning.
Yeah, it does. I've been like fucking eating all these goddamn
Lozenges and things.
Lozenges. Yeah, the lozenges seem to help, so that's good. But makes definitely sure that I can't taste like anything else. Actually, I was eating dinner while one of the other scenes was going on. Like, I couldn't eat it. I like threw up a bit, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Oh man.
So
Wow.
I'm just gonna eat another lozenge instead.
Just keep popping those things. I'm sure.
It's like popcorn.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Uh-huh.
Gargle with them. Yes, and please do it on mic. Please gargle on mic for us.
I'm gargling. Yeah, but it does sound a little bit better. Thankfully, when my throat is coated with a bunch of lozenge debris, it sounds better.
I've never had laryngitis.
Elderberry. It sucks.
It sounds like it's not that fun.
Nah, it like swallowing is like glass. It feels like swallowing glass, and you just kind of feel like really hazy and lethargic.
So it's like a really bad sore throat.
Yeah, it's like a really
sense,
bad
right?
sore throat, and like sometimes you get a headache, and sometimes you get a fever, and sometimes your nose is runny, and sometimes you're coughing, but it's not always the time. So it's just like this weird, like, standing on the edge of sickness in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
It totally sucks.
Maybe you can role play Chuck's vocal processors being on the fritz.
I know. That's actually what I was thinking. It was like I'm just gonna play it like something's wrong. Something's wrong with Chuck. I'll try and at least get his tone across, but I'll get the acting across.
Would that alarm him, do you think?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a good time for Chuck. I can tell you that right now. Chuck is very very upset. He thought that this was going to be a cool idea at first.
Yeah.
It's like that kid, like who decides that they want to go on the biggest, baddest roller coaster, and then like
yeah,
they're there at the gate, and like the seatbelt has just been clicked into place, and he has a lot of regrets.
I was that kid once.
Sweet chuckle. Oh, dude, totally was also me. I hated roller coasters with all my body.
Actually, I have about I don't know. I have about a 25% tolerance for roller coasters. Some roller coasters are great, but most of them no. But my earliest memory of one going wrong wasn't even really a roller coaster. It was this weird, I don't know, there was this place in the winter, like up in the mountains a little bit, where you could go, and it was like a Santa's like workshop, like little like homebrew amusement park thing for kids, for parents to take their kids to.
Where are
and
you
had this
located?
like Southern California.
Okay, I was gonna say it sounds like a Midwest thing, but
no, it was this. I don't remember. I don't even know if it's still there anymore. I don't remember what it was called. But they had this little ride that you could go on, and it wasn't even really a roller coaster. But the thing is, my parents put me on that thing by myself. So I was sitting in this seat that was designed for 3 people, all alone. And so every time I hit a corner, I would slide all the way across the seat and hit one side, and I would slide and other way and hit the other one, and I was miserable. It was a bad time.
Oh no!
Well, I have a healthy respect for avoiding some like, but like so. For example, Big Thunder at Disneyland.
Oh yeah.
I love that roller coaster. I had so much fun on that one. That one was great. But like, what was that huge one at Magic Mountain called? Is it Colossus? Is that the one at Magic Mountain? I don't know. There was the big evil ones, or Montezuma's Revenge. There was one called Montezuma's Revenge at Knott's Berry Farm. No. You have fun. I'll stay here. Give me your coats. I'll sit here and wait for you. That was my thing. So
Yeah.
anyway,
No, dude, I don't even blame you. My first experience of a roller coaster was at Great America, and it was the wood one.
Okay.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, everybody was like, "Yeah, go on this one. It's like the tried and true." And I was like, "Oh no, dude, I don't think I feel really good about this. This is a wooden roller coaster." And they were like, "Nah, it's okay." So I went on that thing, and I had a lot of fun. But then I ended up going on the oh shit, on the one that's based off of Top Gun. We went on Top Gun
Okay.
next.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, "Yeah, Top Gun's gonna be fun. It's great. You did the wood one. You could definitely do Top Gun." And I was like, "Okay." So we went on to Top Gun, and I was kind of like riding the high of adrenaline.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, the first like big fall and like the big spin that they do with Top Gun, if you've ever been.
I've never been on it, but I
Okay.
can imagine it easily.
It does this thing where it goes up really, really high,
Mhm.
and then it will do this sudden death drop out of fucking nowhere. And then it'll spin as you death drop and
Oh
then throw you
wow.
into a loop.
Oh,
It was
Sounds
fucking crazy.
terrifying.
And I remember just blacking out on the ride.
oh
Oh
no.
man.
And like coming back to it like later on somewhere, and I was like later on somewhere on like the tracks, and I was like, whoa,
Oh
I
wow.
think I definitely blacked out.
Oh man.
And the kids were like, whoa, that's awesome. And I was like, no,
No, it's
not
not.
awesome, you chaotic 12-year-olds. Not awesome. And they were like, oh, let's do it again. And I was like, okay.
Okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me
I
twice,
know.
shame on me.
I was verifying. I was doing science. So we went on it again, and I blacked out again, and I was like,
Oh my
okay,
god.
this is a very weird
Oh
experience. I'm pretty
man.
sure it's not supposed to be happening when you're on a roller coaster. So I'm just gonna not do that.
I just don't know how good it is for your brain. You've been unconscious 3 times this week. Name that movie. It's okay. It wasn't a very popular movie.
Wait, I know. I'm trying to think of it. Shit.
I have
Oh
no
god,
idea.
I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me.
Surf's Up. I
Surf's
like
Up,
that
dude.
movie, okay.
Oh no, I haven't seen that movie.
Movie night.
Movie night.
Movie night.
That's the one with the penguins, right?
Yeah.
hmm
Penguin surfing. It's great.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
watched like part of it because I think I remember watching part of it, but I don't remember watching all of it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so wait, why were you doing science on roller coasters?
Because I was a 12-year-old and 12-year-old kids do this with roller coasters, but we were definitely making a metaphor about Chuck and his experience
Oh
going into
no.
space, being on a roller coaster that you thought was a good idea, and then the moment that you were locked into your seat, you decided was a horrible, terrible, bad idea.
Oh no, Chuck, no, baby, we'll take care of you. We'll be okay.
Okay, you'll have your time.
It's a good movie, okay? I liked it. It's not complicated, it's not groundbreaking, but it's a nice little movie with penguins and they surf. It's feel good.
This is very funny to me, Mail. How like passionately you're defending this movie, even though nobody said anything
It's getting
about
so
it.
defensive.
Because like nobody, like everybody I talked to, even the people that I went to see it with, I was like, I love it, and they're all like, I guessed how it was gonna end, and I'm like, shut up.
Is that chicken supposed to be a stoner?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like your American stoner on Hawaii.
Oh my
and he's
fucking
voiced.
god.
He's voiced by what's his face who played Napoleon Dynamite, so he's definitely got that like
Oh god.
surfer stoner vibe.
This looks insane.
I would love to hear your take on it, Dusty, being an actual Hawaiian.
Is it actually like take place in Hawaii?
I think
No,
it does.
it takes place
No?
on like a bird world version of Hawaii. It's called Pengu Island.
Wow.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
I'm really upset about the tagline. by the way.
Yeah.
Tagline.
I'm really upset about that.
I think that's valid.
Oh, I turned down my sensitivity. How do I sound?
You sound
I don't
pretty
know.
good.
I don't know if that did anything, but I also have like the little thing on my headphones, so I can just bend it away from my mouth when I'm not talking, and hopefully that'll help too.
No, you're doing good.
Cool.
Also, I'm trying to like make a note of things that we mentioned, like 3 chairs instead of 2 on the bridge and things
Oh,
like that,
nice.
and then we can like later fix the blueprints.
Cool.
Just because I don't know, consistency.
I like
No,
it.
it's awesome.
I love the dedication.
I
I just like
love
blueprints.
having maps. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Mail made blueprints for our church and the
Oh,
other
that's
RP thing that
cool.
we're in. It's really cool, and it's actually really helpful.
Really
because, like,
fun.
since
Yay.
we're drawing our replies to each other, we often have to like coordinate and figure out where the fuck everybody's standing
That makes sense.
or where
Mhm.
we're going. So
And like
having-
background things and
yeah, having
That's-
Mail's maps is actually really helpful.
Dude, the whole concept of that game is so delightful.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's really cute. We should show you some of one of the threads at some point.
You've seen this, right, JD?
What is it?
It's like a role play game that they are in, but instead of like writing, they draw comic book pages.
Oh, that's cool. No, I hadn't heard
Sounds
about it.
neat.
Oh, we'll have to show you it. We'll show it to you after the game and talk about
Cool.
it. I think Bite Night would be a really good one to show.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of good art in that one.
I'm currently working on the reply for that.
Nice.
It's gonna be so like.
I don't know what that means. What do you
Oh,
mean?
believe me, you will know.
It's descriptive, and yet I have no idea.
You will know when I post it. You will know. You'll be like, oh, okay.
Oh,
Sense.
you be nice to that boy. Ah!
Sorry, I can't.
I know. I'm like, it's like begging the ocean to stop moving. Begging
Wow. No, it's
Chelsea
true
to be
though.
nice to her characters.
Yeah,
Never
that's
gonna
true.
happen.
It will never
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
I know these guys have done me for almost 10 years now, so they should
Oh,
have.
fuck. Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Get out, man.
Oh no, dude. I knew you like I've known you guys since like the first time that I tabled at Fanime, which was like 2009, because you guys were tabled very close by to us,
Yeah.
and we started our friendship then, but we didn't really know each other until like the Yaoi Con.
YaoiCon. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you were right across from me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I knew about you guys then.
Yeah, because we had a lot of common friends at that point.
We did.
That's what happens in Artist Alley. It's like a
Uh-huh.
lesbian circle. Everybody knows each other.
And half of us have dated each other.
Yeah, also accurate.
Yeah.
Did I hear Carla come back?
Yeah, I've been back for a while.
Oh,
Oh,
hey.
shit.
No.
We're
okay.
just sitting
I
here
think
like,
I said I'm
"Ah!"
back. I think I said I'm back, but I don't think anyone heard me.
Oh,
Sorry.
now I feel bad.
Okay. You're fine.
We gotta get you a mic.
What kind of thing are you on anyhow, Carla?
I'm using built-in mic on my laptop.
Oh, okay. So you don't have like headphones. You have
I get you a headset.
Yes.
No.
They have some cheap headsets nowadays.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can't believe you guys just put stickers on that fucking. Who did this?
I did. Yay! I have to put emoji and stickers all over everything.
It's true.
Just, I need
It happens
to.
everywhere.
I'm sorry.
This is
I'm
It's
not
great.
really
sorry.
funny. No, it's really great because I like it when people have arguments inside the stickers.
Yes.
I wish that I had like a good example of that because I know that it happens a lot in Straight Stat.
Just like someone will be in favor of something and someone will not be. So there's like happy and angry stickers all over it.
Oh my
No,
god.
this
I
is
know.
not.
I love it when people like actually have full on
Oh,
fucking.
there we go.
vision.
That was the one I was looking for.
Oh, geez.
Yes.
Perfect.
It
I'm trying
makes
to
me
think what-
really mad that it's labeled as "Call Me."
Oh,
What?
okay.
No, that's not a call me. Damn it. No.
That's the closest they have.
I mean, it's exactly the same.
It is the same.
Yeah.
I wish I could find one of those dumb emoji arguments.
Just scroll back to anything involving Lynn.
Called out. I hope Leon felt that in her sleep.
You know she's not asleep. I don't think she's asleep.
You're actually completely right. She just exists.
Okay, I think we can jump back into it now.
Oh, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
good?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
All right. So we left off in the cargo bay with the captain's speech, and now everybody has shuffled off to their various tasks to get ready for the launch, except for Jarit Dell and T'ira, who have it on their schedule that they're going to stay back to do a briefing with the captain and the executive officer.
Cool, cool.
So the Captain Sun and Commander Theanar approach Jarit and T'ira, and we've already heard Jarit's description, but we need to hear what T'ira looks like.
Okay. Tira is about 5'7", I think I wrote her as. Dark brown skin, dark brown eyes, jet black hair, and a high top fade.
Yeah.
My friend said that she looks like Grace Jones as a Vulcan. So
Yeah.
I like that.
she's very relaxed looking right now. Probably internally screaming, but very relaxed on the outside. And yeah, that's
Awesome.
Tira.
And
Oh yeah, I forgot to
JD,
say that Jared is 6'2".
pretty
so-
tall guy.
He's a tall boy.
And what is Jaret's affect like in a professional setting like this, JD?
I mean, to be honest, he's a little bit unprofessional. Like, he's not standing at attention. He's very, like, casual in the way he holds himself. I mean, kind of imagine the way that Counselor Troy always is. Like, she's not snapped to attention. She's always very open and approachable. So basically, he just wants to be approachable at all times. So he's like the opposite, whatever the opposite of intimidating is, that's Jared.
Lovable therapist dad is always ready to listen.
Yes.
Approachable, personable.
Yes.
So the captain comes up to you two with the commander in tow. She says, Lieutenant Commander, Lieutenant, it's wonderful to see you in person for the first time.
It's wonderful to be here. He gives a little salute.
And Tira smiles and says, "Thank you, Captain. Likewise."
I guess it's time for us to get this show on the road, but first we need to go have our meeting in the conference room about you know what. And with that, she leads them out of the cargo bay, and they
Commander
go up
Rabbit follows behind.
They go up to the conference room is up by the bridge, right, guys?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Yes.
It is.
So I'm just gonna smooth over it because I don't want to do small talk, and neither. So we go up to the conference room where there are 2 people waiting for us, which is Dr. Jabim Vier, who you guys are all familiar with. Rabbit has not interacted with her at all, but he knows who she is and like what her role is. Rabbit's kind of relationship to this project, just so you know, Chelsea, is that he knows everything that's going on with it. He's in the chain of communication, but he has nothing directly to do with any of the scientific research projects. He's just about running the ship.
Okay. Sweet.
But
he's still very curious.
yeah, and he needs to know all of these details. You know, he needs to know everything that's going on the ship. That's part of his job.
Oh yeah,
So
especially if it's stuff that might impact the running of the ship.
yes,
Yeah.
he needs to know about the secret things. So this is our high clearance briefing situation, and so you have these 2 individuals waiting for you in the conference room. The first is Dr. Vier, who is a trill like Jarit is, and she is an almost grandmother looking figure. Like she probably has grown children of her own, but maybe not quite grandchildren yet. She has a very warm, open face, and she stands up when you enter the room and says, "Hello, everyone. It's great to see all of you." And she looks over at Chuck to see what he is doing.
I'm so sorry.
So first you need to describe him.
Sitting off to the side of Dr. Vera, actually not really sitting, more like plastered against her side, is a young-looking android whose age is really actually kind of hard to determine. But he does look young, and he is smashed up underneath her arm, and looking at everything with big, wide, unblinking yellow eyes, and he's got gray hair that definitely doesn't look normal, and he's not having a good time. He's actually tugging at her shirt and quietly whispering if they can go back home.
Oh no!
She says, "It's gonna be okay. Let's just talk to them for a second. We have only been able to share letters."
Can we go back?
She sits back down and she puts her arm like around his shoulder and like glances over at the crew in the doorway and like gives a nod to come in, and the captain follows that lead, and she comes in and kind of motions everybody, and let's just go sit down and see what happens here.
I'm getting the vibe of like going to an animal shelter to adopt like like a puppy, but it's like a traumatized puppy. So it's like, okay, everybody crowd into this space. We're gonna be real gentle and quiet.
Is it a rescue android?
Yes, rescue android.
Yeah, the moment that they come in, Chuck tries to hide more inside her jacket. He like pulls the jacket over himself, like it's gonna make it
Jarrett would definitely approach Dr. Vier and clasp her arm and smile real big. And it's good to see you in person, Vier. You're looking good.
As are you. It's wonderful to see you. I'm so glad that you've taken this job. Chuck, do you remember what we talked about with Lieutenant Commander Dell and the letter that you sent to him?
Yeah. I remember. Can we go back? Hi, goodbye. It was nice to meet you. Bye. We're gonna go back now.
Oh,
We've only just started to get to know each other. And then Jarit holds out a hand, palm up, like just sort of in the way you would approach a scared dog.
Chuck takes Dr. Veer's hand and puts her hand in his hand.
Jared very seriously shakes Dr. Veer's hand as though he were greeting Chuck.
Dr. Veer shakes Dell's hand, and then she takes that hand and she turns it around, and then she shakes Chuck's hand.
Translated the handshake.
And now you two know each other.
It's lovely to meet you, Chuck.
Nice.
Tell me, what is? I believe you said that in your letter to me, but would you remind me what Chuck stands for?
Hold on, my writer is dumb and hasn't memorized it. So. Cybernetic humanoid understanding cumulative knowledge.
Wow, that's quite a mouthful. I see why they call you Chuck for short.
It's Chuckles.
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 That's what they call you, huh?
Uh-huh. It's a nickname. People have nicknames.
That's true. Many people do have nicknames.
What's your nickname?
Oh, I actually don't have one. Maybe you can help me come up with one.
Okay.
Right.
I have a nickname
Jarit,
for
by the way.
Dr. Veer, but
You do?
I have a nickname for Dr. Veer, but she doesn't like me using it around people.
Well, maybe you can tell it to me later. He just holds up a finger like to his lips, like shh.
I can't though. I'm not allowed.
You've raised a very obedient son here. I'm sorry, maybe not son.
I am her son. She made me.
He's the son of science, and we are scientists.
Well, that is very true.
I personally, Jarit, wanted to name him Sashoon, which is a Trill name that means the child of knowledge.
That's lovely.
But
I like that
Starfleet
name
wanted
too.
to call him Chuck. Chuck, it's a great name, and I love it, but
But Chuck is what I am. It's not what I'm named.
That's true.
That is true.
I'm just a Chuck.
Very smart kid.
But, Dr. Veer, if you want to name me Sashoon, then I'm okay with that. I can be nicknamed Chuckles, but what I am is a Chuck, and then my name is Sashoon. Why is it that everything has so many names?
It gets confusing, doesn't it?
It really does.
Jarit is like me. Jarit has 7 lives, and I have 5 lives.
That's right.
That's older than
7.
you.
Don't let him brag about that.
He's counting on his fingers.
And yet I have still managed to keep most of my youthful dark hair.
That doesn't make sense. You're a troll.
He's too smart for you, Jarit.
Darn.
I'm 3.
3.
3.
I would never have guessed.
Mm-hmm. I think I just turned 3. Is that right, Dr. Veer?
That's right. Your birthday was
approximately.
Approximately. We like to think about it like when you first could say hello to us, like you were a real person.
That's 3.
That's 3.
Yeah. I'm 3.
Well, that's great.
Chuck smiles real big and real proud.
So, I have a question of T'ira. You I assume, came in and sat down with us. What have you been doing in this moment, watching the little bit of a meltdown happening and the therapist dealing with the kindergartner's first day at school?
That's exactly how I'm handling this.
Yep.
Leave him alone.
Just quietly observing and trying not to make the most movie-tastic face ever.
Science nerd.
Like me.
And how about Chelsea? What is Rabbit's affect in this situation? What is he feeling about what he knows is going to be on his ship?
He's feeling very wary. He's not entirely sure this is a good idea.
That's
He's
fair.
Definitely kind of. His antennae are definitely down and like flattened, like Cassie.
Oh.
Like a cat.
Mm-hmm. He's not really sure what to make of this. He's not really sure what to think of this. He's very worried. Actually, he's more worried now. He was like a little concerned before, but now he's just straight up worried.
That is a fair response. when you're the one mostly in charge of the ship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say he's dad, and we've all brought home, the dog from the shelter without consulting him.
My goodness!
It's like not even a dog. It's like a goat. Like it's not even supposed to be an adoptable animal.
None of us are prepared for the future.
But he was the cutest dog there.
That's true.
Here's what I will say that I told JD, that I explained to JD, is that when Dr. Veer contacted Dell about this position, she said that his emotional development was like a young teen.
Yeah.
But that was from the perspective of like a contractor who says that they're going to have your house done in like 3 months. And then, so she's like, yeah, by the time, you launch, that's 6 months from now, we can get him developed up to a young teen. She's not going to say that, but,
Yeah, in the meantime, in his mind, Jared is going, this is an 8-year-old. You brought me an 8-year-old.
He's kind of all over the place. You can't really quantify it.
Yeah.
That what Veer did say that was honest to Jarrett is his development is non-linear.
Right, I did recall that. Yeah.
So it can be unpredictable. That's what being a test bed is all about.
Look, some days he's a 6, some days he's a 16. You never know what you're gonna get.
Exactly.
But what you guys do know about as the members of his project team is that what he's been prepared with to board the ship and spend this time is he's kind of going to have the impression of sort of a savant because he has this very young personality and kind of undeveloped social skills, but he's also, as a computer, quote unquote, been loaded with a decent amount of knowledge and understanding of some sciences and of Starfleet protocol. So as far as his education goes, he has this understanding kind of at the point of an ensign's education.
Gotcha.
And a decent grasp of an ensign level engineering or science position, because he can actually work in both environments. So what you know is that this is how he's been set up in the attempt to see how he will be able to aid T'ira and Naja over in the science and engineering departments. So that's where you know that you're at with where this project is headed. So with that knowledge, I'm going to say that T'ira sat down at the table like directly across from Veer and Jarrett and Chuck. And Veer has her arm like still around Chuck's shoulder. We just have to do this until he calms down enough that I can sneak away.
First day kindergarten.
Yeah.
So she says, "Hey Chuck, do you remember the Vulcan and human girl that I showed you pictures of, and I talked about her, how we had talked to each other about feelings and things like that? You see her across the way. Do you want to say hi?"
I wave.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Nice to finally meet you, Chuck.
I saw you in a picture, and now you're here.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. How are you feeling?
Scared.
That's a valid
I'm
response.
feeling scared and confused and excited, but I'm feeling really scared. Mostly scared. Definitely scared. I want to go back. I have regret. Regret.
These are all valid
Dr.
responses.
Fear, I'm feeling regret. I think that this is what it is.
That's I could see that. I could see that. Is that a new one for you, Chuck?
I think that's a new one.
Oh, but what about your legs?
Oh, no, that's not new. You're right. I did regret getting down immediately.
But maybe this is a scarier.
This is a scarier one. Yeah.
Oh. What if we went for a walk and saw the other parts of the ship and the bedroom that they made for you?
I have a room.
You have a room. You have a room almost just like back on the R&D
like
island.
home?
Just
Really?
like home. You have a chamber for your regeneration, and it's working even better than the one back home. It's great.
Wow.
And Lieutenant Naja was working on this when she was gone for the last month.
Is that where you were, Naja? You were gone.
Actually, Naja's not here yet. She's gonna be an engineer.
Naja's not here, Doctor.
She's going to meet us down in engineering so she can show you the bedroom.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go see it now?
I want to go back home. But it is really exciting to see everyone here. It's so much different than pictures. Seeing everybody move and talk. It's a lot.
Have you looked out the window yet, Chuck?
Have I looked out the window yet?
Is there a window they can look out of?
There is, yeah. This is in the conference room. There's a window that would be looking like on the walkways of the shipyard.
Nice.
Okay.
So I guess it depends on if Chuck has been totally glued to her side, or if they walked in and he saw the windows. I'm gonna look out windows.
I feel like he's been glued to her.
Mostly I'm asking low key because Jarrett would have been told about, some of his eccentricities. And so he wants to be prepared if the first time he looks out the windows at the stars, he just freaks out and shuts down.
That's exactly what's going to happen, actually.
So he just wants to know if that's happened yet or if he should be prepared for it. But that's why he's asking that in gentler terms.
Okay. No, I haven't looked outside yet. I've been too scared.
I think we have a lot to look at inside.
That's true.
There is. There's a lot to look at in here. Mm-hmm. There's so much in here. It's bigger than the R&D facility.
Is it? It is.
Well, it's bigger than what I've been allowed to see of the R&D facility. I can only go within 300 meters of the R&D facility. Sometimes though, I got to go outside though. Beyond that.
Oh,
but
nice.
This is way bigger. I'm really
Wow.
scared. I'm sorry. I feel bad.
Don't feel bad.
No, I do.
You don't have to feel bad. It's completely understandable and valid how you're currently feeling, but soon it will change.
Have you been to space before?
Yes. And my first time, I was a little nervous. I honestly wanted to cry at one point, but I took a deep breath and said, I'm going to do this. This is what I'm meant to do. And I got over it.
I'm going to do this. This is what I meant to do. Did that work for you?
Yes. Did it work for you?
I think maybe I just have to wait for it. Maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
And then it will help.
You might have to say it more than once. Because this is a big step.
It's really big.
Yeah. How did they get him here? Did they take him on a shuttle or?
Yeah, took him on a shuttle and then beamed directly from the shuttle to the conference room.
Okay. Had you ever been on a shuttle ride before? Was that your first time?
That was my first time.
I bet that was exciting.
Dr. Jarit? Dell?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was very exciting.
I wish I could experience my first shuttle ride all over again.
Why? It's so scary.
I know, but it makes you feel alive.
I don't know what that means.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
Let's go for a walk. And then we're going to cut. We're going to cut that scene. And we are going to now... Who are we starting with here in this scene? I think I'm going to start from... Oh shit. I got confused because I hadn't actually put Leland's name in the file. And my brain's like, who is this? Who am I trying to think of right now? His name is Uhen+Patel, is that right?
Yes.
So he is going to be called Ensign Patel.
Mm-hmm.
And, excuse me one second. So, Patel's experience, along with the other ensigns, is a little bit less glamorous than getting the experience that the secret projects directors and upper staff get. You, with the other lower ranking folks on the ship, come with your pack on your shoulder, ready to share a small space with 5 other people.
Boy.
And you, by the time you get to your new bunk, it looks like 4 of your bunkmates have kind of like settled their stuff, but one is still hasn't shown up, it looks like. And as you start to settle yourself into the JD, is that you?
I think that was me, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't think so. I'm just sitting here.
As you're starting to put away your uniforms and underwear in the little dresser that you have, the door behind you opens and Kotri Ayara enters, who is the last of your roommates to check in. So the 2 of you can describe your characters to start off with.
Cool.
Okay. Do you care who goes first?
Go ahead.
You go first because I said you first.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
There.
So Uhen+Patel is a human male, 6'1". Fixing my own notes. He has an athletic build. He was a rugby player.
Nice.
Black hair, brown skin, brown eyes. That's him.
And he's human, you said?
He is human, and he is almost always smiling. I'm sorry, he's one of those people. He is so excited to be on this starship.
Well, Kotri is also excited, although she keeps it a little more under wraps. She's a little bit more of a neutral face. She's got light brown skin with just like a mess of freckles all over. And she's Bajoran, so she's got the nose ridge, and she's got an earring, and she's got wavy brown hair that's a little above shoulder length, and she has hazel eyes. And she is 5'3", so she's very small.
Oh, tiny lady.
Especially next to him.
Yes, especially next to him. And she would kind of arrive and look around and see that everybody else had settled into a bunk, and that there's only one bed left. Is Leland a bottom bunk or a top bunk?
He doesn't care.
Well, and there's also a middle bunk. There are 3-tiered bunk beds.
Oh, they're 3-tiered? Jesus,
Yes.
okay.
So I want to say Leland hasn't chosen yet, and he doesn't care. So he actually sees Kotri come in, and he's like, "Oh, if you care, I don't care. You can go ahead and choose."
Oh, thank you. Do you mind if I take the top?
No, totally fine.
I'm Crewman Kotri.
Good to meet you. So he would introduce himself as Ensign. Yes, maybe.
I mean, he could, or he could be really friendly and just give you his first
I don't
name.
feel like he would. He'd just say, "Hi, I'm Uhen+Patel. Good to meet you."
Ensign Patel, nice to meet you. And then she would kind of turn away and start like unpacking her things. She'd throw her bag up on the top bunk. And I'm sorry, she's not super talkative. So
No, it's fine. They can just unpack and companionable, quiet. Maybe get things stored away before talking.
is this taking place after the thing with the captain?
I'm gonna say yes, even though it doesn't quite fit into the timeline I set up. But because of what I want you to do next, JD, then yeah, this is right after the captain's speech.
Okay, cool. She basically is fairly quiet. She would probably, I don't know if there's like a shelf. You said that they get a shelf or something. She would probably put up like a little, kind of like a little brazier, but brazier. Sorry,
Brazier?
not brazier. That's something different.
Oh well, there it is.
There it is, right there. She just puts it on display, so everyone
That's
knows.
weird. I don't think that is okay.
It's it's a little like Bajoran like shrine thing, and she put that on herself, and kind of give it a little touch, and then she has she already knows she has somewhere to be at this point, right?
She does know that, yes.
Yeah. So basically, once she was done unpacking, she would and she would have like introduced herself to the other people in the room too. And after she was done, she would turn to Leland and give him a little nod and say, sure we'll be seeing more of each other. I have to. My brain just shut off. The word I was looking for went out of it.
Report?
Yes. I have to report to the med base, so I will talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah. Good to meet you. I hope we get a chance to get to know one another better later. And he looks around the room, just kind of. He's that guy. He's the let's exchange names and talk about our hopes and dreams together.
I love it. Let's
play a get to know you game.
Let's play Never Have I Ever.
Oh God. Yeah, Kotri slips out right then. Just kind of backs out of the room and just like whips around the corner.
Well, that was intensely awkward.
Yup.
I'm excited for the future of that. I know who's getting stuck on an away mission together.
Oh boy. She'll be so relieved the first time he gets injured because she's like, I know how to handle this interaction.
Yes.
And also he'll be unconscious.
Oh no.
I mean, I didn't say that badly.
Or she's just kneeling next
Dark
to him.
times.
Oh, it looks like you're in a lot of pain. Here, let me help you with that.
Yeah.
Pumps and pulls some
Hypo-spray.
painkiller.
Yeah.
Makes him pass out.
Count backwards for me.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not really that bad.
Yeah.
I'm fine, really, zonk.
Yes. That is what she will look forward to.
Excellent
Aw.
bedside manner.
So, rolling into the next scene, but let me double check something in quick.
That was not English at all to me. I don't
Sorry,
know.
sorry,
I heard
it
something
really
about
wasn't.
clerics.
Yeah, I definitely heard that too.
know.
I need to check something in my notes really quick.
Oh, really quick. That was the word there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going to this one. I'm doing scenes a little bit out of order of like how, just because getting used to how long each one ends up being, and
Yeah.
I'm very deliberately trying, just so you guys know, to like even out the amount of play that each person is getting and like throughout the game.
Totally.
So like in my script Mail, I was hoping to get more gameplay for her at the beginning, and that didn't happen quite so much, so I shifted the scenes around a little bit.
No
So
worries.
if there's any point where you're feeling like, oh my god, I've been sitting here forever, there is a reason for it, and hopefully in the end everybody has like a good amount of screen time.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, this is the
Sure,
first
yeah.
time we're all like kind of figuring out how this is going to go. There's going to be some trial and error.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just wanted you to know that.
Lots
And-
of trials and errors.
Yeah.
With that, Kotri, you leave and head to sickbay, where you know that you will be expecting to meet Dr. Uhen. Is it Uhen?
I've been saying Uhen.
Uhen? Okay. So you guys have like exchanged brief communiques in so far as I'm going to be working with you, I'll see you there. But this is the first time you're seeing each other's faces, having a conversation.
Okay.
So where you're at right now, as the medical team, you left the captain's speech, and the bridge officers are headed to the bridge, and you guys are headed to sickbay at that point to settle in.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to meet for the first time and take a look around your med bay, and then activate the Emma program whenever you're ready. Talk to each other for a minute and decide when you want to activate her.
Awesome.
So you both, you actually arrive just about the same time. The doctor is there maybe 3 or 4 minutes before Kotri arrives.
Okay.
Cool.
Dr. Uhen will start looking around, looking over the inventory, taking mental note of what resources are available to her.
And what is her appearance like?
She is, she's Bajordan. She is, I don't know how tall exactly yet, but slim build, very slim. Just think like, what's a good comparison? Looks like she leads an ascetic lifestyle. Mousy brown hair that has streaks of gray in it. Paler skin. She spends time inside, so doesn't have, she's not tan. She might tan if she spent time in the sun, but she doesn't. And
Right.
light brown gold eyes.
Neat. Awesome.
And that's her.
So then Kotri will enter the sick bay. The doors whoosh open in front of her, and she takes a very brief pause to sort of like look at the med bay before stepping into it. She's definitely admiring of the med bay and all of the advanced equipment that is probably like still being arranged and or perhaps waiting to be arranged by the doctor.
There's I imagine probably like a couple of other medical staff that are inventorying items, putting away the hyposprays and cartridges and double checking instruments and sterilizing things. So I would say that there's a few people in the background doing menial tasks, but that Kotri, that you are actually to report directly to the doctor because you're not just like the nurse. You guys are specifically working on a research project together, and you're reporting directly to her to work on those things.
Right.
Okay.
Basically, Kotri was already a little nervous about this assignment, and when she steps in and sees the doctor in physical being there, that nervousness definitely kicks up a bit, but she approaches, and I am ashamed to say that I don't know if Bajorans shake hands. Like, is that a traditional thing, or how do fucking Bajorans greet each other?
You grab each other's ears.
Yeah, I think that's a little too intimate to do that with this person.
Probably.
She's just going to approach and like do a little nod, and like a
we
slight
can just
bow.
say professional, but Bajoran flavored greeting.
Yes, there you go. She
Two
introduces
things.
herself.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Two things. One, would Dr. Uhen address Kotri as nurse or by her crewman?
That is a very good question for Jack.
Probably crewman, I would guess.
Crewman.
Crewman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And Ayara is her surname?
No, Ayara is her, that's her given name. Kotri is her surname.
Okay.
So it's crewman
Kotri.
Yeah.
Because Bajorans.
Yes,
okay.
because Bajorans.
The other note is that Dr. Uhen is very conspicuously not wearing the traditional earring.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Kotri definitely is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does Dr. Uhen wear a lab coat?
If that's standard issue, she'll just wear standard uniform.
Okay, I think it's from what I can tell, it's like optional if you want to wear the lab coat over the uniform.
I think maybe when they're actually doing medical work, she'll wear a lab coat, but right now she's just in standard uniform.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Dr. Uhen, crewman Kotri. It's nice to meet you in person.
It's good to meet you. Have you gotten to get settled in? Are you?
Oh yes, I've unpacked and everything already. I am here to do whatever you need of me.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your service, and I look forward to working with you.
As do I. What would you like me to do?
And that is where Dr. Uhen's ability to make small talk ends, and you would be totally fine with just getting on with it and getting acquainted with the Emma program.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay. I get. She would also say, crewman, would you prefer me to address you as crewman or nurse? Do you have a
crewman is fine.
Okay. Good to know. And did you have any questions before we move on to our research project?
No, I think we should get started.
All right, I'm in agreement. So, I suppose the doctor has the clearance, and she would be the one to start Emma. Oh, turn her. No, wait.
Yep.
Yeah.
So both Kotri and Dr. Uhen will have the voice clearance to activate the Emma program.
Okay.
And what you say is, computer, activate Nurse Emma.
Okay.
And when you do this, then a figure appears before you. And at one point, I had posted a picture of who I had planned for her to look like, but I changed my mind a little bit.
That's
what was
cool.
that?
I think I missed what you had posted before anyway. So
I may have just shown it to like one or two people or something. I don't remember. But if you saw a picture that I posted that was going to be her, it's no longer.
Okay. Do you have a new picture?
I don't. I'm just gonna drop a little description, and then I'll probably do a doll of her or something later. Make you draw her.
Okay, sounds good.
Yay.
She is she's a very average woman. Very average size, average build. Not super beautiful one way or the other. Not super made up. But what it does seem like is that whoever styled her hair was a fan of the era like 2 centuries ago.
Sorry, you cut off the era of what?
Of about 2 centuries ago.
Oh.
It's kind of big, and she's blonde.
Oh boy.
And blue-eyed with these real wide eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Well, not like unnaturally large, but just very alert. And just a really sweet smile plastered on her face. And she appears and kind of blinks into existence. And she says, "Welcome to sickbay. How can we help you?"
Interesting.
We are. We're here to test your parameters.
Yes, of course. Dr. Uhen and crewman Kotri, it's so lovely to meet you. It's going to be great working together.
Kotri kind of glances at the doctor and then glances back in.
The doctor is very, not even trying to hide the fact that she's just really interested and is kind of looking her over like one might look over a piece of hardware. You know, she's definitely not being rude about it, but definitely doesn't yet seem to think of Emma as a being.
Right.
And Emma has kind of a way about her that, you know, for instance, is very different than Chuck's like really human feelingness. Like she's a little bit wooden, like not quite engaging the way that real people do.
Right.
And she says, "Doctor, I am here to serve however I can to make your life easier and less stressful."
That's good to know, Nurse Emma. Could you please give me an example?
Well, I could wait up front in case any patients arrive. I believe that today we are planning on doing physicals for many members of the crew. I'm able to greet them so that you can be busy with more important things than saying hello.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Nurse Emma. And when Emma mentioned the physicals, she kind of gets this look on her face like, oh, yeah, we have to do that, don't we? Don't say this, but she gets a little bit of a...
I mean, that's got to be like the most boring part of a doctor's job, right? And all the paperwork.
I imagine that, like, for all of the other people on the ship, it's a really exciting time because it's like, we're the pilot and we're leaving, or we're the engineer and we're booting up these cool computers, or it's my first time in command, and you guys are like, we have to check everybody's blood pressure.
We get to see people naked, probably. Not in a nice way.
Yeah.
Does this look infected to you?
Oh, no. Doctor, I got another hollow photo of genitals.
Another hollow photo of genitals.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think we should tell this guy to come in. This looks terrible. Anyway, sorry.
So after that information, Emma just stands there. She has kind of a puppetish sort of stance, this like very alert, ready to listen to your every word.
Her idle animation.
Yes, that.
I've already forgotten how Kotri wants me to address her.
Crewman is fine.
Crewman?
Yeah.
All right. Crewman, did you have any other questions for Nurse Emma?
Oh, well, I've read the whole file about her. But nothing at the moment. It's there's not a lot for her to do until we start getting people in here, I suppose.
Agreed. I think that the physicals will at least be made a little bit more interesting by the fact that we will get to work with Nurse Emma here.
Yes. It will be a good time to test out her abilities.
Right.
These are two very untalkative people.
Yeah, sorry. We are all business and no chat.
When we get into a scratch, though, we know we'll be able to rely on you.
Yeah, exactly.
While you guys are having this like not conversation, Emma's just standing there with that big smile on her face. Tell her what to do.
Yeah, she's not phased.
Then the doctor does get a kind of a thinking look, and she says, Nurse Emma, are there any questions you would like to ask us?
Turn it around on her.
Yeah.
That's out of character.
How dare you ask her that? Wasn't expecting to have to offer any autonomy with character whatsoever.
Sorry.
So I don't have to think, is there anything? Is there any tasks in particular that you, Doctor, or Crewman Kotri, are particularly unfond of?
Kotri's not going to speak first. She's definitely going to defer to the doctor to answer that.
In all honesty, Nurse Emma, yes. I've been told that my bedside manner is chilly at best, and that is one of the reasons why I accepted this assignment. So I feel that if you could fulfill the measure of your programming, that would be excellent.
That is very good for me to know, and I will make note of it. I think that My program is built very well for doctors like you. I am able to provide emotional support for patients when you have too much to do to have to worry about that. But don't tell the patients that.
Kotri gives a very, very subtle little shiver.
Nurse Emma, to what extent are we allowed to modify your programming?
I am set up so that you are meant to. Sorry, I have to think about how she would say this.
No worries.
How do I say this in robot?
Yeah, exactly. Like I to say, but she doesn't. You are to record your notes about my behavior and performance, and then report as you see fit to Lieutenant Andy Johnson. She doesn't say that, but I had to.
No, that's great.
Fucking nerd.
Who will review your records and make the adjustments remotely. When he makes changes, he will contact you before he uploads his changes to my program. Is that sufficient?
That is sufficient, thank you. I will plan on making those records.
Uh-oh, I totally lost you there for a second. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. I said thank you. That does help me a lot, and I plan on making those records.
She nods cheerfully at that. Is there anything that I can do for the time being until the physicals begin?
Sorry for me, you cut out.
Oh, she says, is there anything that I can do before the physicals begin?
I'm curious about one thing. Have you already been programmed with the physical medical records of all of the Sagan's new crew? Do you have access to those already, or?
Unfortunately, I am not quite developed enough to be able to access records offhand. You see, my bedside manner protocols take up a lot of space.
That's understandable.
I am capable, thanks to holographic technology, to operate everything in the sick bay. Therefore, if you do need to see medical records from a specific crewman, I can be right at your side doing those sort of tasks and reading them off to you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Nurse Emma.
You're welcome. You can either allow me to stay in the sick bay, or you can say, deactivate Program Emma.
Understood. Crewman, I believe that it would be helpful to see how Emma would prepare rooms for the crew coming to have their physicals done. So any prep work, laying down those crinkly papers. You wouldn't say crinkly papers, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Making sure surfaces are sanitized, that sort of thing.
If you like, Doctor, we can do a sort of preliminary trial of her manner if you want to perform my physical before the crew start arriving. We can sort of do a test run.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Thank you. All right. And then she would climb up on one of the bio beds.
Yep.
So immediately Emma follows and she gets the nearest pad and she starts tapping on it and pulls up Kotri's medical file and she hands it over to the doctor.
All right, excellent. I don't... Maelgwyn doesn't know how to do a physical. So we'll just say
You get
We
out that
had to
sweet
wait to do that.
tricorder.
Yeah, get out that sweet tricorder.
And you would take a look at her medical record, see if there's any injuries on file that you might need to know about. Do just an overall blood pressure, body temperature, that kind of thing, which is really easy when you're Starfleet medical.
Yes.
But it's also kind of a discussion with the patient of, is there anything that I need to know about, anything that isn't on your medical records, that sort of thing.
And you would see that, she has some old injuries that, you don't need to ask. You can figure out pretty easily that they're from her time in the Resistance. But nothing that gives her, any current issues. She's otherwise really quite healthy.
Good to know. Yes, Dr. Uhen definitely makes note of these injuries and connects the dots and understands that Kotri had fought in the Resistance. Kind of files that away. Maybe we'll talk about that later. She doesn't know. That might be too sensitive a subject for either of them to talk about. It's something they do have in common.
Right. Maybe once they get to know each other more.
So, boring things: height, weight, BMI.
Yes.
I imagine that the tricorder affords them a very accurate readout of body composition.
Yeah, definitely.
Much nicer than now.
Compares with the computer with the last scan. Is like, okay, no cancer, blurp blurp. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Really non-invasive. Probably to the point of being really boring.
Yep, I'm sure.
Which is why physicals are extra boring for Starfleet.
Yeah,
Beginning
exactly.
of a ship ride.
Does Starfleet still do the reflex test with a little rubber hammer though?
I would
Little
imagine
tap on
only
the
if
knee.
it's applicable, because who knows how your nervous system is versus might do it in a neck spot or something.
Now I just imagine you tapping somebody in the neck and their head just goes like
Yep. That's the motion that I made when I said
yep.
It's the neck poke test.
Yeah.
And just, I guess, skip to the last question, which is, do you have any questions for me or any concerns you would like to discuss today?
Not at this time, Doctor. Thank you very much. And then what would Emma have been doing during that? Like, does she try to make small talk with the patient, or?
No, she doesn't. She won't interact with the patient unless it's kind of implied or requested from the doctor, if that makes sense. Like, if there's something that it would be helpful for her to maybe say something, or if she sees the doctor like struggling to deal with an upset patient, something like that.
Gotcha.
But in this instance, she's just standing by and waiting for one of you two to instruct her on how she can help.
Gotcha. Okay.
The thought occurred to me, then probably Kotri will have to administer the physical to the doctor.
Yep, I think that's correct.
Probably true.
And the doctor realizes this and goes, okay. So she hands the tricorder over to nurse.
All right.
Or I should say crewman Kotri. So I think it's only fair that you be on the other end of the instrument now.
Very well, Doctor. And she drops down off of the bio bed, which is, I mean, it's kind of a drop for her because she's pretty short. Like, she's definitely, when she's sitting on this bed, like, her feet aren't anywhere near the ground. But she will take the tricorder and the little medical part, the little medical tricorder nub. I don't know what it's called.
I call it a stylus.
It's it's like the little cylinder, and do the checking everything out, and comparing it to the medical file on record.
So on file, you see that she suffered a lot of the usual injuries that a resistant fighter suffered, but there is also a huge mass notes on reconstruction surgery on her mouth.
On her, sorry, on her what?
On her mouth.
Oh, right, where she has the scar.
So, yeah, the scar is after 24th century medicine, and a lot of her teeth are fake.
Gotcha. Yeah, Kotri does not seem that, like, does not think that bringing any of that up verbally is a good plan, so says nothing.
Good plan.
Yeah.
Try to read the room.
Yes, exactly. She might not be good at small talk, but she knows how to read a room.
And Dr. Uhen is just sitting there, like, totally rigid, not comfortable at all.
Yeah. I imagine that they are both very relieved when the physical is over.
Yes.
And Kotri says, "All right, finished, doctor. Everything looks in order."
Thank you. All right, now we just have to do this 50.
I suppose it could be worse. We could be on a Galaxy-class starship.
Indeed.
And then they lapse into silence again.
Yep. You just go about.
I think that's a decent cut spot for a scene, actually.
I think so.
Sorry.
It's really funny.
We'll try to relax.
It is appropriately awkward.
We'll have to get them drunk or something. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, on Bajoran wine.
I feel like after that scene, Kotri would be like, "Oh, this is why I got this job."
Yep. We are bad at people.
Yes, exactly.
We are both bad at this.
She's a little, like, secretly a tiny bit hurt that it's like not even so much your skills as a medic, but the fact that you're shitty at bedside manner that got you this position.
That wasn't in the communique, but you may have put two and two together.
Yep. Exactly. All right.
I'm checking in on Chelsea to see if she's okay for a scene.
All right, I'm good. Let's do this.
Okay. We gotta get this baby to bed before we can take this ship off, because Dr. Veer's gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
I want to check in though, because I know we were talking about setting aside this 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock period. Does anybody have anywhere to be tonight? Do you want to go a little bit past, since this is our first session and we got started
all
late?
Party! Boo, 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 boo.
Star Trek till the sun rises.
Star Trek forever.
And that's how they found us, dead.
God.
It looks like they were playing Star Trek for 3 days.
They didn't get, it's like an RPG wave of like a epidemic of they all just sat there and starved in front of their computers.
Oh yeah.
All their hands were stuck in the Vulcan peace sign. What do you think that means?
What
I think it means live long and prosper.
Thank you, JD, for picking up on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And yet they did neither of those things.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
A tragedy.
So I think my main target for that question is probably Mael, because you're an hour ahead of us, and I assume you're not working tomorrow.
Correct. No work. And yeah, my schedule is nice. I don't work Fridays either. So I slept in.
Nice.
I'm good.
Awesome.
Okay, so we plan to go until 10 o'clock and then reevaluate?
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm most worried about Chelsea, so as long as we can keep checking in with her,
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm
All
okay.
right. Yeah.
She
Also,
said,
knowing
no.
Chelsea, she's gonna be up till 4, whether she's sick or not. So
Yeah.
Here, just keep
Calling me
chugging your
out.
I'm
Dayquil.
calling you out. Get ready
I
for
know.
it. I'm gonna be your dad and your doctor in this game.
Oh fuck! The ultimate caregiver.
I don't
Oh,
have a
really
problem,
good.
I swear.
It's okay. I think it's the aftertaste of these lozenges. It's like making me sick, so I'm gonna
Ugh.
for a bit.
Oh no, that's
I don't
terrible.
know. My mouth just tastes awful right now, and everything
Yeah,
tastes
you gotta get
awful.
something to like. You gotta get a chaser for the
I know.
lozenges.
Yes.
I know. I think I'm just gonna stick to toast, but after my stomach settles down. So
There
Yeah.
you go.
yeah, I tried chicken fried rice, and I wasn't able to get through it. So
Yeah, I
Oh.
cannot imagine that.
yeah.
Well, if at any
But
time
otherwise,
you're
I'm okay.
you're feeling icky at any point, just let us know and you need to take a break.
I will. I will at least be good at communicating that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, where we're going to cut right now is to engineering. And at this point, the captain and Commander Thanar have broken off from the group because they've kind of got, what they need to get out of this, and they're going to head up to the bridge to get things settled into place up there and prepare to leave the shipyards. So, T'ira and Jarit and Dr. Veer and Chuck are going
Yes.
to meet Naja in the engineering room and take a look at what Chuck's living situation is going to be. And so you guys take the turbo lift. And how would Chuck be traveling through the ship? I assume he's glued onto Veer's side.
He's absolutely glued. He is like stuck underneath her jacket if he can bury himself underneath there. And he will. And he's just trying to keep his face pressed to her. He's all the bravery that he had managed to muster before this trip is now absolutely gone.
Oh, the bravery of a chicken nugget.
He has the bravery of a chicken nugget.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a turbo lift before, Chuck?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Could you say that again?
Oh, sorry. Have you ever been in a turbo lift before, Chuck?
Have I?
No, we wouldn't have those at the R&D. That's an elevator.
Okay. Yeah,
Regular
the moment they step into the elevator and the elevator moves, Chuck is gonna scream.
Oh, baby.
It's okay. It's really quick. Don't worry. You're fine. Hugging around his shoulder.
Yeah,
We're gonna get through this.
He's got a death grip on her.
Think of it like you're a red blood cell and you're flying through the veins of the ship.
I don't have red blood cells.
You have blue blood cells.
I have blue blood cells.
Think of it like you're a blue blood cell and you're flying through the veins of the ship.
Okay. Thinking. As he's thinking, he's trying to like parse this information, and he shows this familiar quirk that people are beginning to notice, that whenever he's thinking real hard about something, he like tenses up and twitches. He has to go through a lot of mental processes to imagine this, but after a while he like kind of loosens up and he says, okay, so we're just moving along the body and we're carrying oxygen and we're the oxygen and we're riding on the cell and we're going to a different place in the body where we need to go.
Exactly.
Precisely.
Okay.
You have a very good imagination, Chuck. I can tell already.
Sometimes it causes me to stop working.
Oh.
I've
But it's
I've
okay.
had those moments too.
Really?
Oh
Oh.
yeah. Cough drugs, cough.
Oh,
Okay.
He wouldn't say that.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
Oh,
We-
on this ship, you're not going to be alone ever. You're going to have so many friends here.
I don't think so, sir. I am alone.
Sorry, say that again. You cut out.
I don't think so, sir. I am alone.
Well, how do you define alone?
Being what I am, being a Chuck.
Well, I think that makes you unique, but you're hardly alone.
I suppose you guys are here, and
Exactly.
as long as Dr. Veer is here, then I'll be okay.
I have a feeling that we have more in common than you think yet.
How do you mean by that, sir?
Well, your brain is in your abdomen, right? At least partially.
Uh-huh.
So is mine.
Right here. Really?
It is.
You're made of blue blood too?
No, but I have a symbiont, so that's like a second brain.
That's
and
right. You're a Trill.
I am just like Dr. Veer.
You are just like Dr. Veer. You even have spots. How many
do.
spots do you have?
Well,
1,
maybe you can
2,
count them for me
3,
sometime.
4, 5,
Or right
6,
now.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Veer has
Here.
this look on her face like, don't wake the baby. No one say anything until this turbo lift
Lift is over, yeah.
He's
And
very
then
content with counting throughout the turbo lift.
we
He's
all
completely
sit there in
distracted.
silence for like 2 minutes as he counts these spots.
He will actually, during this time, as he's counting these spots, he's gonna finish on one side and then like reach out to touch his face and move it to the other side so he can start counting the inside.
Jared allows it. He looks very amused, but he kind of like he kind of swallows back the smile so that it doesn't look like he's laughing at him.
He's very content with counting.
Awesome.
And then
we
the
gave
doors
the baby
open
the plastic
and-
car keys.
and Dr. Veer says, "It's engineering.
Engineering. This is where I'm gonna be, right?
This is where you're gonna be. We have to go find Lieutenant Naja. Do you think we can find her?"
I'm sure I can find her. Naja.
All of the crew people that are messing with the various objects in engineering all stop and look over at the group that is entering our we got at least the lieutenant commander with us, so we got some actual ranking officers walking in, but then also a robot going so everybody kind of stops and looks, and then Naja comes around a corner from behind the warp core, which is down the middle of this walkway, the big bluey glowy thing in the middle of the engineering room. And this is Naja Ali'i, who is your chief engineer, and those of you that are on this project, you recognize her from her personnel file, and you know what she's been up to for the last 6 months, because where she is, where Jarit is like his therapist, she's his doctor. So she has been working with Dr. Veer for about 5 months to understand how Chuck works so that she's able to take care of him. and then she has come up here for a month to work on getting the ship ready and building some very special quarters for him. And in the future, she's also working with Jarit+Tira on their cover project of the Imps. So you guys are going to be working pretty closely with her, and she is a Cardassian Bajoran, and she is like a little bit curvier than a lot of Starfleet officers are, because everybody's all sexy and trim like West Hollywood.
Svelte.
But she's got some curve to her, and her hair is kept up in braids like on top of her head, but there's a few strands that tend to fly away around her face throughout the day. And she does have the Bajoran earring on and her silver. And she steps out into the view of the characters in this scene and says, "It's Chuck and Dr. Veer. You made it."
Hello, Nasha. We did. We made it. We went on a ship, on a little ship, and then we were teleported, and we went on another little is it an elevator?
Turbolift.
Turbolift. Went on a turbolift.
You are getting so many firsts in today, Chuck.
There's a lot of firsts today. I haven't had a lot of firsts like this in a long time.
I'm very impressed. What do you think of our ship?
It's very big. It's bigger than the R&D facility.
It is pretty big, and she like turns around and points at the warp core, which is quite impressive, and she says, "What do you think of that? That's my baby."
Is that my cousin?
It's basically your cousin, more or less. It's like your cousin's brain. It's kind of complicated.
This whole ship is my cousin, right? He extends his arms and gestures to the whole of the ship as well as
exactly. This is your cousin who we're gonna go on a vacation together.
An
Family
adventure.
vacation.
Oh, I'm really excited.
An education vacation.
I've never met anyone else like me, and this ship is kind of like me, right?
Exactly. That's exactly right. You get it.
He pauses for a moment and twitches.
Processing.
Processing.
Loading.
Are you ready to see the bedroom that I made for you?
Yeah.
All right.
They told me that it's going to be just like my bedroom back at home.
Maybe even better.
Better? How can
We'll
my
see.
room be better? Dr. Veer made it.
Well, that's true. I just like added a couple things.
Okay.
And one thing I like about it is it's like a secret fort.
A secret fort?
Yep. Let's go.
I've always wanted a secret fort. But they said I couldn't have one because I couldn't go outside because the trees here are too small. Or we're not here anymore. We're not on the R&D facility. We're in space. We're in space.
We're all the way in space.
We are in space.
Luckily, there's no windows in this room.
No windows in the middle of the ship.
That's good. That's good. That's very good.
So Nadja looks over her shoulder at the people witnessing this reunion and kind of gives like a wave like, "Hi, I'm going to be working with you. We'll talk later." And she leads Chuck with kind of a wave to the rest of the group like, "Let's go." And Jack, would you describe like what it's like to get to his little space?
So are we talking about the engineering lab or little space?
His like chamber, his
Chuck's room.
Chuck's restoration chamber.
Okay, so the one.
Am I
in
on
the
the
place.
wrong place?
I don't know. We talked about a couple of different things, and I don't know how many of them are like public knowledge and how many of them aren't.
I'm sorry, I've dropped the ball.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well,
How
So
dare you.
there is an engineering lab near main engineering, and then there's also a place we taught as a sort of a refuge.
of
Dun,
course,
dun,
my audio
dun.
just totally cut
Oh,
out.
great.
Hi, could you say that again?
Yeah, so there's an engineering lab near main engineering, and then there's also this place we picked to be a place, sort of a refuge for him.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Is
Talking
that
about
spot?
the second one. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, one deck up.
Okay. So they found her. We're gonna get back on the turbo lift. We're gonna go deck up, and it's like kind of back behind some like tanks and stuff, isn't it?
Actually, wait. Let me see. I think I misspoke. Hang on a second. I'm not ready for this. Let's see.
You're supposed to be our ship.
I know. I suck.
Hey,
It's actually
new too.
3 decks up. It's on deck 4. 3 decks up.
Wow.
Going back in
Got
the
it now, I got it
turbo
now.
lift.
And it's kind of complicated to get to it, but it's 3 decks up.
So yeah, she takes you on this kind of feels like a secret sort of way to get to a place, like you're gonna go and work on some computer in a back room or something. And then she comes to just kind of like a room full of this machinery that's
Right.
at the end of it. There's just like a blank wall. And she comes up to that wall and she puts her hand on it on a specific spot. And a scanner reads her hand. And then she punches in a number. And a false wall moves out of the way. And it reveals a chamber inside that's very much like the R&D facility's bedroom that has like a desk and a place to work on a computer, and it's good size. It's actually a little bit bigger than the one on the R&D facility. So he has a little more space, and it has some furniture like a couch in it.
Mhm.
And then in the corner, he can see that there's a chamber like he has to go and rest in for a little bit unpredictably, anywhere from 8 to 10 hours, 8 to 12 hours, depending on how much vigorous activity he's had. But unlike his chamber back on Earth, where he just stands and it's like a cylinder, this one is like a cube, or kind of like a terrarium almost. And
Oh my
there's
gosh.
a bed inside of it that he'll be able to lay down on when he's recharging.
It's his own little vampire coffin.
Oh, good. Little chucklefish.
And so that wall slides back, and you get hit with a wall of cool air from this
Oh, that's familiar.
bedroom chamber, and you walk inside, and Chuck can tell it's not quite as cold as his room back home has been in the past. It's a comfortable temperature for him, so like he could tell if he needed to kind of take a nap. If he got tired, he could come back and hang out in his living room and recharge a little bit, watch a movie, and he wouldn't have to go all the way to sleep to recharge. So
Okay.
he's physically in a good place right now.
Okay. He feels definitely more comfortable. He steps inside and starts investigating. And he finally lets go of Dr. Veer.
And not just says, if we want to pick out furniture, excuse me, if you want different furniture, we might be able to get some from the staterooms that aren't being used. Don't tell the captain, though.
Okay. I'll be our secret.
So she'll then walk him over to the chamber where his bed is, and open that up for him so he can see his bed.
What is this?
That's the place where you get to sleep from now on. You get to lay down like one of us. I thought you might
I
like
get to
that.
lay down? Wow.
Do you think that's okay for you?
Yeah, I think I'm okay laying down.
I mean, I know you
I'm
are
okay laying
physical.
down. Usually when I'm on the floor, it's not a good sign. But I'll be lying down on the bed instead of on the floor.
Exactly.
Well, I think that this is going to work out really well for you, Nadja says. I think that we're almost ready to take off, and I want to make sure that you're really well rested for after our takeoff. So what do you think about taking a nap in your new chamber?
I didn't hear you. You cut off.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Nadja's saying, I want to make sure that you're all rested for after our launch. So you okay with taking a nap in your new bed?
Trick.
But I can't go to sleep yet.
Why not?
Velvet's not here.
Where's Velvet?
I don't know.
She looks around slightly panicked at the adults. Where's Velvet? So Chelsea, where is Velvet?
I think I don't know, like he definitely lost track of Velvet at some point.
Oh my god.
Dear God.
It's like probably like on the elevator or something.
Oh no.
Because he was clutching on a Dr. Fear. Completely forgot about Velvet.
I would bet that our new ship's sensors are good enough that if we tell it to scan for whatever organic material your rabbit is made out of, that it can
Velveteen.
find it. Velveteen.
Uh-huh.
That's something that T'ira would probably know, right? How to do the sensors. I think that's what like a sciencey opsy person does.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
T'ira, can you help me find Velvet?
Of course. Computer, scan Sagan for a small velveteen rabbit.
Jack, how would the computer react to this?
I don't think it would be able to do this out of the box. I think T'ira will have to go fiddle with some controls and tell it what to look for. I don't think Velveteen is something the Sagan will know how to locate on the ship.
That's fair. That's fair.
The computer says, please indicate more specific parameters.
Yeah.
Well, Velvet's about this big and weighs about this much.
I bet we can like
And he has a little
activate a panel on the wall and
you know what? Nadja's like, she's gonna rub her forehead a little bit, rub her temple a little bit.
Your first challenge, Nadja.
This is
First
life
of
now.
many. Who knows how many times this rabbit's gonna go fucking missing?
We need to put like a tracking chip on.
Yes. You know what we can do when we find your rabbit. We are gonna get them. That's right. You told me this. We're gonna get them their own communicator.
Their own communicator.
I think that is something that we can handle.
Like this one? Do I have a communicator?
That's a good question. Does Chuck have a communicator yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that he has been given. I mean, is it smart?
That's what I'm asking you, man. You're the DM.
Is that smart? I ask myself.
There are
necessary. It is
many
really
hijinks I
necessary.
can get into.
Pauses for a moment to question reality.
I bet that you can set up a communicator with like parental permission, so that it can only, it's like a cell phone for a 10-year-old. It can only dial like 3 numbers.
Yeah,
that sounds right. So he can reach T'ira, he can reach Nadja, and he can reach Jarit.
There you go.
You know what I'm going to do also, though, is say that he can also reach Rabbit in case of emergencies.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
But only in case of emergencies. You contact the other 3 first.
This is an emergency! Beep, beep.
No. I can't find my rabbit. Rabbit,
Commander
help me.
Thanar, I can't find my rabbit. Do you know where Velvet is? Click, click.
Who is
Um,
this? New
If
communicator,
I'm-
who this?
If I'm not mistaken, that this is our ward. Chuckles? Is this Chuckles? Yeah, this is Chuckles. Okay. I believe I did see a rabbit as I was heading onto the deck, and I thought that it was misplaced, so it's actually within my possession. I'll send it over to you as soon as possible. You're on floor 4?
Yeah, we're
Thanks,
on
Mel.
floor 4. Thanks.
Of course, I figured that it was something important that shouldn't be left behind.
This is not just speaking up and like talking like over Chuck's shoulder into his comment. Can you have transport room actually set? It's kind of ridiculous. Just humor me. Can you have the transporter just send that right into Chuck's quarters because we kind of need it now?
Of course, it would be my pleasure. Right. Velvet the rabbit is being placed on the transporter and will be sent
Oh my
over
God.
promptly. Please verify Velvet's safe arrival. There's a little shimmer in the corner.
The rabbit appears into life. It'll be on the table in the middle of the room.
Oh my
And,
God.
Velvet!
Naja taps her badge and she says, "Thanks, Commander. The rabbit has been received."
Good to know. I suppose we needed to test the warp room with non-organic objects. So this is a good test.
There you go.
That's a great silver lining.
Please tell Ensign
About
Chuckles.
keen lining.
Please tell Ensign Chuckles to keep Velvet in a safer place, or keep an eye on it.
I think we'll make sure it doesn't get out of anybody's sight again. Naja out.
Beep, beep. Thank you, Commander.
So from that
You're welcome.
exchange, what I will say to you guys about Naja's manner is when she's not talking to Chuck, she's...
Sorry, you cut out for me. Say that again.
Oh, when she's not talking to Chuck, her affect is very different. She's not nearly as cheerful. Has kind of a I don't want to say bitey edge to her, but she seems a little bit realer than the kitty talk to him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, Chuck, are you gonna show Velvet your new bed and say goodbye to Dr. Veer for now?
Goodbye? What do you mean goodbye?
Remember what we talked about? How this is just a trip for you and me?
I changed my mind. I would like Dr. Veer to stay.
And at this point, Naja looks over at the 2 other adults in her project.
Chuck?
Mm.
Dr. Veer can't stay. She has to go back down to Earth and do work.
I know, but can't you just stay for a little while?
Unfortunately, no.
But it's going to be such a long time.
I believe
Lots of
we'll be
time.
able to get through it.
Yeah. It'll be a lot of time to get to know the rest of us and make some new friends.
But I
You
don't
guys
have
could-
friends.
Just
I
so
have
you know, you
family.
guys can remind him about what you'll do after Oh, come to think of it, hang on a second. I have to think of a detail here and ask JD. When do you want to introduce Chuck to the kids? What is Jarrett's thought about that? And I should say that let me take a second to talk about really quick about how do I put it? Chuck's visibility on the ship.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the way that I imagine it may not be at all realistic is that the higher ups on the ship were clued in beforehand, and the rest of the crew was not. And now that they're here, it's like, okay, now you're being subject to, NDA materials.
Right.
And we have an android on the ship, and it's going to be.
Yeah.
I just cut out big time, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
With the last half of that sentence.
An android on the ship and.
Oh, that's basically it. Yeah, we have an android around. If you're not part of that project, don't initiate conversation with the android. So people are not really clued in on how high of security it is, if that. And so, yeah, they got on board and are like, "Oh, okay, there's an android on here. Interesting."
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I guess, JD, what your thoughts were, because he will be interacting with kids eventually, as far as I'm getting at that.
So far after these observations of, being in his company for the last, half hour or so, Jarrett feels that it would be too much for him to introduce him to all those kids today. That maybe needs to be a tomorrow activity. But he thinks that maybe that actually maybe meeting Corin could help Chuck.
That's pretty fun.
I am in full agreement.
Okay. So yeah, based on that, what is on the schedule for your characters right now is separating these guys, getting him down for a nap, and then
believe me, at the first inclination that they were going to be separating Dr. Veer from him, he started moving towards Dr. Veer and wrapped his little hand in her coat,
latched onto her. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. Expecting to try and take off, but waiting on.
Waiting on this poor little guy. Okay, I'm really sorry. I have to pee really quick.
It's okay.
I will be right back.
I'm excited for Velvet getting his own comm badge, though.
You need to draw him with his comm badge.
Yeah. I need a practice drawing check. It's dumb little hair bebops are still beyond my comprehension.
She says about her perfectly drawn, floofy-haired child.
Exactly.
No, he's got a lot of things we gotta grow. But I am excited for him. He I'm playing him like a fucking idiot right now. It's because I plan on having him go through a lot of growth. So thank you for putting up with my bullshit.
Of course.
I should ask exactly that.
Correct.
So cute. So Chelsea, is he going to have to get sedated?
Oh,
they might have to, yeah, because he's not gonna. He's very Don Henley about this. I will not go quietly. So. I will not go quietly.
He starts reciting that poem. Do not go quietly into that good night.
No.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What did I miss?
Totoro references.
Totoro reference.
Yeah, he's
is
very
this
much
what-
like small child right now.
Is this how Corin is feeling right now?
You mean Chuck?
Sorry,
Mhm.
Chuck. Yeah.
Too many children.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, that is.
He's wrapped up around Dr. Veer at this point.
No.
So watching this, Dr. Veer is like now like petting his head, and she's pretty quiet. Jaret, you probably are picking up on that she's not the happiest right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this is not easy, and she's, like just staying quiet and hoping that he engages with you guys as much as possible.
Right.
But she has this very conflicted look on her face right now as
Mhm.
Chuck is holding on to her. And she closes her eyes and she reaches into her pocket and she takes out a device that looks a lot like a hypo spray.
Mm.
And she touches it behind Chuck's
Chuck is
ear.
gonna struggle. He knows this. He's gonna struggle.
And she says, I'm
Oh.
not gonna knock you out. I'm not knocking you out, I promise, sweetheart. I just know this is a really scary time, and
Of course,
we have to
this is
be
scary.
but we have to be
I'm in
calm together.
I'm in the stars. We're in the stars. It's so big here, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. And what if we keep on going and going and going and going, and there's so much space in between us, and we can't get back? How will I know what to do? What if I feel something like I've never felt before, and I break down, and you're not there to take care of me?
Well, that's what the rest of us are here for, Chuck.
We'll take
We're all
care
here
of
to
you.
help you.
Veer actually, she stops with this thing in her hand, and her hand is kind of shaking. And she puts it back in her pocket.
Mm.
And she looks over at T'ira, and she says to Chuck, that's why I picked these special friends for you. And especially T'ira over there, she knows a lot about what it's like to have all of those emotions that you feel all the time, and sometimes they overpower you. She has gone through a lot of things that are really similar to you in a lot of ways. And I want you to be able to talk to her and to Lieutenant Commander Dell, and they're going to be able to help you in different ways than I could or how the R&D group could, because you need new experiences and new friends.
Sorry, you cut out there. Just a sec.
How far did I cut out at?
You need
New
new
experiences.
experiences.
New experiences and new friends.
But I'm scared.
Hey,
I've never felt scared like this before. Because at the R&D facility, everybody was there, and it was just one space, and everybody was close by.
we're all gonna be close by.
But we're in the stars. We're in space. What if something happens?
We'll be in communications reach of lots of people who can help us if we get into any trouble.
I
We're
feel
not-
like the if is so much bigger than the actual universe. The if.
Well, that's the exciting part about being in space, is that you never know what's going to happen next.
That's
But-
scary. That's not exciting.
Well, of course it is, because you get chances to learn so many new things. You're like a baby symbiont taking its first steps out into the world away from the mud pools. It's exciting. You're gonna get to start to learn.
But all those symbionts, they all had to die, and they all had to. A lot of them didn't make it. It's hard. I've seen it in the movies.
Sorry, half of that cut out.
But a lot of things die. The symbionts, they die when they're trying to get out of the pool. And I've seen it in movies, and that's scary.
Well, the Guardians on shall take very good care of the symbionts, and we're gonna take very good care of you. I promise.
But I want Dr. Veer to be here.
I know.
Everything else is changing.
That's true. That can be scary.
Life is all about keys, Chuck. You'll get through it with us helping you.
This is new for all of us. This is a new ship. We're all in the same boat.
Boat jokes.
This isn't a boat. It's a starship.
We're all in the same starship.
Except for Dr. Veer.
Yeah, but she'll be able to send you letters and communicate, and you'll be able to talk to her.
Every day. You can talk to me every day. Remember I said that because you're not going very far, that means that you're never out of subspace communication range. So you could always just call me up any time of day.
But I won't be able to hug you.
We can look at each other and I'll say, I'm giving you a hug right now. And you'll say, I'm giving you a hug too.
But I won't be able to feel it.
You'll feel it inside. It'll be the same feeling that you feel in your heart. What if we all try to do what T'ira suggested? What if we all sit down for a second and take deep breaths and get ready to face our fears?
I think that's a great idea. I could use a little of that.
Idea.
Okay.
So she sits down and everybody else sits down and Nadja looks at this. Like, this is
like, what is this hippie woo-woo shit?
I didn't have to be here right now. I have waiting for me. But she sits down.
She's like, I'm just a fucking engineer.
And,
this is your life now.
Right.
Yeah.
She Veer sits down and like crosses like Indian style her legs in front of Chuck, and she takes both of Chuck's hands and she closes her eyes and starts taking deep breaths. And Chuck actually does have a respirating system, just so you know.
Oh, cool.
Okay, Chuck will take breaths and mimic her motions, like he is so apt on doing. He's done this many, many times before when learning new emotions. So he will take her hands and focus on breathing. But as he's sitting there, he's thinking. And he's thinking about all the scary new things that he just did today. And he's thinking about seeing San Francisco for the first time across the bay. And he's thinking about the birds. He's thinking about the water. And he keeps thinking about that horizon, just keep on going and going and going and going and going. And that distance really, really bothers him. And imagining going that distance without the company of his creator is too stressful, especially in the face of all of these strangers. He doesn't know these people. He hasn't learned to trust them. So even though everybody else's breathing is calm, his is going to start becoming erratic.
Oh no, Chuck.
He's not liking this. He's digging himself into a hole.
And T'ira notices this, opens her eyes, looks at him, and makes a quiet, calming shushing noise. And very gently hovers her hand over his.
Okay.
And Veer like kind of slowly releases. I think I just am about to cut out, aren't I?
We can still hear you.
Oh, interesting. I was keeping an eye on like the green-red situation over here. It turned red for a second. But she like kind of surreptitiously slides her hand away so that Chuck has T'ira's hand.
Okay. Chuck is holding on to T'ira's hand, and he's definitely trembling.
She smiles and just looks at him for a couple of seconds and says, "You know what? You're doing great. It may not feel like it right now, but you're doing amazing. You've overcome so much in just one day. Think of what you can do tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, and the next month. I know it's very far. I know it's very hard to think about, but just if you keep being excellent and going forward, you will achieve greatness, and we will all achieve greatness with you."
T'ira,
Yes?
what are you most scared of?
I haven't put too much thought into that lately. But between you and I'm afraid of sharks.
Sharp things?
Sharks.
Sharks?
Mm-hmm.
They say that there are a lot of sharks in San Francisco Bay.
There are.
I don't think you would like it there.
I grew up in San Francisco.
You
I
did?
never went swimming in the bay.
You're a neighbor.
Yes.
I never saw any sharks there, except for in the movie. But I wasn't allowed to watch shark movies.
I think that's good. Some shark movies are pretty scary.
I'm scared of stopping.
That's an understandable fear. But you have all of us here with you, and we'll make sure that you keep going. Okay?
Mm. He squeezes at her hand.
She gently squeezes back.
He's not entirely convinced, but he's trying really hard to imagine this.
He's a good boy.
He is.
Hey, Chuck, I bet while you're traveling, I bet T'ira would tell you all about San Francisco so that when you come home, you'll be ready to visit.
And then I can go?
As long as everything goes according to plan.
And you'll be there.
I will be there.
And T'ira can come?
Oh, yeah, that would be great. She could show us around.
Although I am afraid of sharks, one of my favorite places is the old San Francisco Aquarium, so we can go there together. One of my favorite are the jellyfish.
That's like a library, right? But a fish?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Fish library.
Fish library.
I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
It kind of is a fish library.
Basically.
Like,
No, I'm good. Never mind.
Mail, I promise you're in the next scene when I finish this.
Chuck is going to look at T'ira and then back to Dr. Veer, and he's gonna try and let go of her.
But
that
that
feels
to Ira or Dr. Veer?
Dr. Veer.
Oh, okay.
But that feels like so awful to him and scary. He's gonna start crying.
Oh. That's a good question. What does Chuck crying look like? Does he actually have tears?
He does. He actually can cry. It's pretty convincing.
Are they like clear liquid, or are they like
Mhm.
blue? Or...
No, it's clear. It's meant to evoke "Don't beat the robot."
Oh, it's so sad. I don't want to beat the robot.
Yeah, he's gonna start crying. He's trying to like make himself come to terms with the fact that Dr. Fear is not gonna be there.
Oh.
She like leans forward, but she leaves T'ira's hand in his hand and puts her arm around his shoulders and like puts his head against her shoulder. And she's like, "It's gonna be okay. It's gonna feel like no time because you're gonna have so much fun learning and discovering."
Wait, is
Also-
Dr. Veer giving him a hug?
Yeah, Dr. Veer is like, they're like sitting face to face, and like she's to like hug him.
Aw. Okay, yeah. Chuck, let's go of Tira's hand for this hug. He's gonna wrap her up in a hug that's like so tight and like so like, please don't let me.
God! Don't let the robot hug you too tight.
Yeah,
That's okay. They took care of that.
He knows his own strength now.
He's not capable of crushing a man's
No,
Okay.
they figured that out very early.
anymore.
Yeah.
Anymore. He had that function at one point.
I think that after this, Jarrett would lean over to Chuck and say, "If you come with us, once Dr. Veer has gone back to San Francisco, I promise I will tell you stories about what she was like when I knew her."
What? Really? Stories?
Yeah. About her last host. Don't tell her, though.
Oh, I
You
was
better
gonna
not
ask her if
say
that's
anything
okay.
embarrassing about me.
Oh, you're not listening. This is a private conversation between me and Chuck. And he kind of shoos Veer, like, like this little shoe hand motion, like pretend you don't hear this. And then he gives Chuck his hand.
Chuck
I bet
holds his hand.
my pulse feels very much like Dr. Veer's, because we're both Trill. So we have similar heartbeats. Can you feel that?
He's very good. Chuck like turns off the waterworks for like those 3 seconds that he needs to focus on Jared's heartbeat. And then he's gonna reach out to feel Dr. Veer and measure their heartbeats compare. And he's gonna look up at Jarrett and say, Your heart is very similar.
See? I think you and I will be good friends. I have a feeling about you.
I have a lot of feelings about you guys, but they're all scared right now.
I understand. I get that feeling. My first time on a Starfleet ship, I was very scared too.
What if I fall off? What if I fall into space?
Well, I think that's a good question for your engineer friend. That was a cue to you, Naja.
You cut out for me for a second. What did you say?
Oh, I said I think that's a question for your engineer friend. What if I fall
what
off?
if I fall off? There's no falling off, Chuck. We're on the inside.
Okay.
We won't make you go outside of the ship, I promise.
Okay. I don't want to.
I don't blame you. I don't want to go out there either. It's too big.
It's too big.
Right?
But we have, the Naja speaks up and she says, but we have a ship that is bigger than R&D, but not too big. I think it's just the right amount of big in this ship.
I think so too.
Okay.
Just the right size for all of us to get to know each other.
Okay. I'm trying to be brave. I'm sorry.
You're being
You don't
very
need, you don't need to apologize. You're doing great.
I'm not doing very good.
You are doing so.
You are.
Believe me, I have sent 6 children into school, and you are braver than all of them have been.
Thanks, Dad.
Corin. So you're doing great, especially for a 3-year-old. I mean, you are ahead of the curve, let me tell you.
Really?
Really? My son didn't start his first day of school until he was 5, and he was very scared.
You have a son?
I do. I think that you would like him very much. I hope we can introduce you soon. His name is Corin.
Corin.
Mm-hmm.
Is he here?
He is. He's
Dr.
gonna be
Veer?
he's gonna be on this journey with us.
Dr. Veer, am I allowed to play with the other kids?
I think the doctor, that Lieutenant Commander Dell, was gonna have you meet Corin pretty soon, and then maybe after adjusting for a couple days, you'll be able to meet the other 3 children.
That's a lot of children.
It's gonna be really fun.
It is.
It'll be exciting.
Okay. T'Ira says it will be exciting.
It's true. And you can always trust a Vulcan to tell the truth.
That's true. Did I have any Vulcans on my R&D team? By the way? Almighty
Yeah,
God.
let's say that there was one full Vulcan. So you saw the really intense side of a real Vulcan. He was
stoic Vulcan.
You knew very well that that person had their emotions under control and not feeling anything. But you can tell that T'Ira is really different. Like, you can tell that she's half human, but she still is a very cheerful and smiling, friendly person. So she clearly feels a lot of emotions for somebody that's half Vulcan.
T'Ira, you're not like the other Vulcan who was on my R&D team.
Correct, I'm half Vulcan. Half human, half Vulcan. And I'm connected with my emotions, so I do rather enjoy expressing them.
I'm learning all about emotions. Maybe we can learn together.
We can. That would be fun.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. So there's going to be T'Ira, and there's going to be Jarit Dell, and there's going to be Corin, and there's going to be there's going to be Naja, and
that's right.
there's not going to be Dr. Veer. Okay. And
But
it's
there will
only
be letters.
for a couple months. There's only going to be, we're going to have letters, and we're going to have videos, and, 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 we're going to be, we're going to be,
Oh,
okay.
Chuck, I forgot to tell you something.
What?
Listen, listen, I have a surprise. You remember Lieutenant Watanabe, right?
Yeah, yes.
He picks your movies for you?
Uh-huh. My movie guy.
And Veer points over at one of the walls in the room, and it's got like a television in it, more or less. It has a big screen.
Oh,
Because
sweet.
Chuck has been raised on movies.
Got a widescreen TV. Gonna have movie night in Chuck's room.
Fuck
Exactly.
yeah, everybody come over and party in Chuck's room.
So she says, Chuck, I had Lieutenant Watanabe put all of the movies that you've seen, all of the movies that you've ever seen are available in your room. And maybe I'll have him send you some new ones. But if you want to show your friends your favorite movies, you can do it here.
Mary Poppins and the birds?
What? Those are Chuck's favorite movies.
Holy shit, kid.
We have a story reason behind that.
Jarit has definitely never seen a human movie before.
Oh, good. Oh, no.
So that this will be interesting.
Okay, so I can watch all the movies, and when I get back, we can watch new ones.
Or Lieutenant Watanabe can send you new ones too, because we're so close.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then when you get home, we'll watch the new ones together. Does that sound good?
Yeah. Yes.
Good. And so at this point, Veer gets to her feet and she offers both of her hands to Chuck.
Chuck gets up and offers his hands, holds her hands, squeezes. Feels really bad about this. Uses her arms to climb closer and hug her again.
She hugs him really hard, and she takes his hand and leads him over to the chamber, and she says, "Get to try out your new bed. It looks comfy."
Mm-mm. Can I say goodbye to you? Can I watch you leave like in the movies?
Oh.
They wave.
As long as you're okay with Nadja putting you to sleep after that.
I can't try.
Okay. So she they're like standing in his little chamber bed, and she gives him one more big hug.
He changes his mind halfway through.
No.
No, I want you to put me to bed. One, please.
Okay, let's sit down.
Okay, he goes to his bed finally, and he sits himself down and lays down. This is a new experience for him.
Yes.
He's like, oh, whoa. He's got like a momentary like look on his face. It's like, oh my god, the world looks different from this angle.
Lying down to sleep. Wow.
Whoa. It's a little thing. Okay, so he lays down.
How does it feel?
Horizontal.
That's accurate. She gives him her hand and holds his hand real tight, and she gets out that tool again because that's what like winds him down to go into his sleep state. And
This time he tilts his head to the side for her.
And she says, "Good night. You're going to meet new friends when you wake up. And before you know it, we'll be together again."
Okay. I'm gonna miss you, Mom.
I'm going to miss you too, Chuck. Very much.
That's what I am. That's not your name for me.
I'm going to miss you very much, Sushan.
Good night.
Good night. She touches this device to his neck that all of you that are on this team understand puts out like a specific frequency. And so a lot of his system is controlled by subjecting him to specific frequencies. And this is telling his system to go into restoration mode.
Cool.
And she...
It's a little sedative.
Little sedative. Yeah.
Chuck falls
and
limp on the table.
And she steps out of the chamber and tries very hard to look like she's not blinking back tears. And Naja steps in and she goes to the controls of the panel and she gets the door to close and the chamber starts filling with like a bluish colored gas that just swirls around in that room and filters and goes through Chuck's respirating system. Well, that was something else.
Jarit kind of puts his hand on her shoulder and says, "Hey, we'll take good care of him. Don't worry."
I'm not worried. I mean, I'm not worried. I'll take care of him. I just hope that you don't have to turn this starship around. That won't go over well with her, will it?
Well, I have seen this happen with many a parent leaving their child on the first day of school. It will be just as difficult for you as it is for him, but he'll be okay.
He'll be perfectly fine. He's in very capable hands.
Thank you both for what you've just done. I'm extremely impressed. This is exactly why I wanted both of you on this project. It's a pleasure.
Well, this is going to be an exciting challenge, I think, for both of us.
You guys can call me anytime.
Of course. Maybe you can send us a little cheat sheet.
Yeah, I might have some notes to send you. I'll write something on my home, but we're way over schedule. I need to get back.
Of course.
You guys are okay? She's like a little bit like flustered and clearly she's like trying to pull herself together.
We got this.
All right. Good luck. I'll be in touch.
We will be sending you regular reports.
Sorry, I'm getting verklempt apparently.
Verklempt.
So she taps her shoulder or her communicator and she says, Dr. Veer to the shuttle fancy mountain name.
I'm sorry, what?
Fancy mountain name.
What is the name of our shuttle?
It's not Rio Grande or Sierra. It's something. It's the Appalachia. There we go. The shuttle Appalachia.
Wow.
That's the best we've got right now. This is one to beam over, and she gets taken over to the shuttle that's been waiting for her. And that is the end of that scene.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry for my
good.
child.
No, he's great. He's great.
I love him. I want
That's
to hug
a
him.
good start.
Look, this is the hardest part. The first day, the first parting with the parent.
Mm-hmm.
Things will get easier.
Keep telling yourself that.
Yeah.
Just wait until he wakes up.
Oh boy. So, how are we right now? I would really like to get another scene in so that I can get another scene for Mael, but how are you doing, Mael?
I'm good to keep going, yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
D&D all night, every night.
Yes.
Okay, I think I do need to take a quick pee.
Yeah.
But
Guess.
before I go, what I'll say is I kind of want to gloss over a little bit more than I was planning the launching of the ship. But what we can, how this went is the bridge crew assembled, said their hellos to one another, got the engines going, and took off. And
Okay,
our
but you have
first.
to be engaged. You have to do, as the captain, you have to just do that moment.
All right. Well, who would do this?
Who's an ops?
Not,
Is that
not what, JD?
Oh, I said who's at ops? Is Patel at ops?
Oh yeah, I no. Patel's not at ops. That's part of the setup that I need to do. It is an NPC at ops right now.
Oh, okay.
Specifically because T'ira is getting this project kicked off.
Right.
So for our launch, T'ira is not at her bridge station right now.
Okay.
But who is there is Rabbit and the names. I will learn them. Ullu. Yes, Ullu is going to be there. And then that's all the main characters. But then there's also the con officer that you guys will meet, whose name is Jet. You have to tell me if I say it right, Jet. 'Cause I've been saying it as Emmet Zizek.
That's fine. That's correct.
All right. So specifically to sorry, I'm a little off track right now.
Yeah, fine.
To Ullu and to Thanar, Commander Thanar. You are in the position to be taking in the sight of your bridge crew, these people that you're going to be working with regularly. And one of them is a Betazoid, pretty young-looking guy who's very well put together and very professional. And he greets you and the rest of the crew in a very studious manner. And then there's an unnamed NPC at Ops, and our tactical officer Ullu, and commander and captain. And they sit down, and Captainson says, "Off on a journey of discovery. Engage."
Yay!
Are you not entertained?
Yes, thank you. That's all I wanted. I just wanted the captain to say it again.
This is the elevator music in the turbo lift.
Yes. Please.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Anywhere you go, it's exactly like that.
I feel
Actually,
like
I would not be opposed to this.
I feel like Jarrett would think it was hilarious, and Kotri would be really annoyed really fast.
We're trying this new morale booster. We're putting venture up.
Oh my
Silly
god.
music.
Elevator music and the turbo lifts. Oh yeah.
This is not the R&D mission I signed up.
Look, we're testing everything. No project is too small or too big.
You just throw it all in there at once and see what sticks.
Exactly.
Go the fuck to the bathroom.
What I want to prepare you for before I do that is the next scene I'm going to go into should be pretty brief, which is that Ullu and Theonar are going to have their conversation of what Theonar wants out of an away team security officer.
Okay.
Cool.
So do
Nice.
that, and then after that, we're going to go directly to Ullu's office and do the interview for Leland.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. I too am going to take a break.
Yeah.
Okay,
Same.
doke. Everybody go pee.
This is all being recorded, so we can put that on a loop later.
Oh, sweet, good. My thick, super destroyed rendition of
It's perfect. It's
D&G's
perfect.
theme song.
Can't you picture that just sort of quietly playing in the background? In
Yeah,
the turbo
actually.
lift? It's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh yeah. I mean, the vocal quality is outstanding.
It would, it'd be coming out of a tinny little speaker in the ceiling.
And nobody would be able to tell the difference. Nobody would be the wiser.
That's right. That's right.
This is amazing.
I'm looking forward to like actually being able to do like actual voices later on.
Yeah.
Like as much
I'm
as this
looking
was
forward
just
to it.
helping me, I still sound like fucking like Louis Armstrong. So.
By next week, I'm sure your voice will be much better.
Yeah. And I was looking online. I was like, man, I haven't had laryngitis in a while. How the fuck long does this last? And the internet was like, yeah, it takes 3 weeks to go away. And I was like, ah.
Oh, it probably also depends on like how kind you are to your voice.
And as we can all see right now, I'm
Yeah,
being
you're not great at
absolutely
that.
abusive. No, I'm not the best. I know. I'm already like dreading tomorrow morning.
Drink
I
hot tea in the morning.
I was I forced myself to talk for a meeting, a storyboard meeting with Lonely Egg on Wednesday, and I was like, yeah, I'll just force myself to talk during, like just this meeting since I fucking have to work and I can't get out of it. So we'll just do this, and then like Thursday next morning, my voice was just fucking gone.
Oh no.
So I can only imagine what's gonna happen tomorrow morning, but we'll see what happens.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I'm looking forward to be able to do Chuck's voice though, because I had a whole thing planned, and I was like, "Damn it!"
We'll put a pin in that, and we won't.
Okay. We'll have to re-record Chuck's lines.
There you go. We will just wipe that from our this. We'll wipe your voice from memory from this session, and we'll start over with your new voice.
Please, I do not want this voice to be the voice of Chuck.
Return.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hey.
I sound really despondent, but that's not how I feel.
No, you're fine.
Hey.
Hey.
Awful.
Okay, that's good.
God, it's the worst.
Cat's gonna get some food.
Ah!
It really is a good opening.
I fucking love it. I was just
Mhm.
thinking, like, because I was finishing TNG last night, I was like, wow, I bet it must be like really cool and crazy when they do like Star Trek operas, you know, Star Trek like
Oh yeah,
orchestra things.
yeah,
Mhm.
orchestral.
Like, oh god, that would be really cool, like to go see, and then like hearing that
Yeah.
like in the big theater. I imagine that like so many fucking Trekkie nerds like lost
Totally.
their goddamn minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to a bunch of like compilations and concert
Aw,
soundtrack stuff.
Neat.
aw, getting in the mood.
Yes.
Jesus.
Don't know what that was. That was a scary sound that just came through my speakers.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's just Chelsea dying.
I'm
It
sorry.
was like this weird metal screeching, though. Is what it
Oh,
sounded
wow.
like through the speakers.
That's really cool.
You're a robot,
I'm a
Harry.
robot now. You're a robot, Harry. I'm
Just
getting
shout you're a robot, Harry.
too
Yes.
into character.
I'm sure that he's watched Harry Potter if he's watched Mary Poppins.
Oh man, you're totally right.
Yeah.
So, would it be okay to ask why the birds?
Yes, that is okay to ask. He was subjected to the birds in order to measure how he would react to fear or how he would express fear.
Oh my gosh.
Because they had no idea how the fuck he was going to react. So they were like, shit, we have to figure that out. So they were like, well, what's a scary movie that's like kind of scary but mostly tame, but like we could still like kind of like keep a lid on this.
All right.
Yikes!
And
Like, couldn't they just jump out from behind things and go boo? Like,
no, because he would interpret that as a game.
Oh my god.
good night.
They were like, well, we have to subject him to a scary movie. That's how they've been like teaching him emotions, is by letting him watch like very specific movies. So he has this one guy on his R&D team who curates his movie experience. And
That's amazing. That's a great job. I want that job.
right? So he has like a fun like little like media library of movies that he's allowed to watch, because there are a lot of movies that he's not allowed to watch. But
Yeah.
Is he
but-
allowed to watch PG-13?
no, only PG. He's not allowed to watch PG-13.
Oh my god. I just had a thought. And
Please tell me your
now,
thought.
and now Jared is like, wait a second.
Please
Did
tell me.
Veer fucking put him on the ship so that he would give Chuck the birds and the bees talk so she didn't have to?
Oh
She'd be okay.
She's like, hey, look, he chose the male gender, so I don't have to take responsibility for this. Someone
So
else
you
can do
have
that
to do it.
talk. Yep.
It's really funny. He only picked the male gender because it sounded like a laugh to him.
That's so funny. That's adorable.
Cutest thing.
Because he was like, oh, he, like, he. Like,
Oh
that's like
my
laughing.
gosh.
love it.
Nerd.
It's
gotta
like
leave him
I wanna be addressed like laughter. That's so cute.
Uh-huh. That's what his like little brain said. So he was like, okay, I want to be like that. Because I want to be
Aw.
like laughing all the time.
Then
That is
again,
That's my favorite
great.
That's so
emotion.
pure.
That's a great reason to go with he pronouns. It's just because they make you think of laughter. That's adorable.
that's very
That's the
He's-
most pure. That's the most pure reason to choose that gender ever.
So pure.
Yes.
he's
Pure
he's
and
very
uncut.
Really? Pure and uncut, huh?
I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I don't think we've talked about this area of Chuck's development.
Did he get to choose that too?
I have no
He's
idea.
not got that. He's a Ken doll.
Oh no!
He's a Ken doll. Yeah, Ken
We'll
doll.
talk about that at a later date.
Yeah, he can get an upgrade later if he
I'm going to
wants.
say that he is not fully functional.
He's not fully functional.
He's three
You know
goddamn
why?
years
You don't
old.
want a fully functional android that looks that young.
That's a really good
Not
point.
okay. That's why you make them cry, because people will use them like machines.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
he's not a real doll.
He's not a real doll.
Yeah.
In that case, he ought to have a little camera there, so it's like, you are being reported to the police right now.
if his pants ever come off, it automatically calls security.
Yeah,
It automatically calls Dr. Veer, and Dr. Veer is like, who the fuck is trying to touch my child?
This person tried to touch
Get
it.
me on the next shuttle.
Yeah.
It's like trying to unlock a phone that's not your phone.
Oh no!
This is so sad. He's being compared to a phone.
It's
Oh,
awful.
sorry. Oh, this is awful on 10 levels.
Because
I'm sorry.
you're not wrong either. That's the thing.
No. Oh my god, that's really funny.
Yeah, he doesn't have those things yet. He's 3 years old.
Yeah, it's understandable.
All he his concept of love right now is just that two people that want to stay close to each other.
I mean, that's a good that's a good concept of love.
His his concept of love and friendship are very intertwined. So
Yeah.
he loves everybody at the R&D facility, and he loves
Right.
Dr. Veer. Yeah.
Right.
But he doesn't fucking know what that means. Whoops.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he has
And
no
I mean,
fucking
hopefully, Dr. Veer and Watanabe are clever enough to not be showing him romantic comedies that are going to totally warp his sense of what romance is.
I don't think he has any romantic comedies in his
No.
library.
It's
Probably.
a carefully curated list.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably good to not confuse him with that kind of cinema.
Yeah, because no, he will definitely take that as Bible.
Yeah.
Oh no. No.
I know, which is why his movies have to be so carefully curated.
Keep that shit away.
This can't be love because I haven't chased them to an airport.
Yeah.
The traditional airport chase.
Yes.
There's no train for me to chase down when I'm trying to talk with them.
How do I know what love is if I've never been on a train?
Yeah. Yeah, no, unfortunately Chuck is also very gullible.
Oh no.
I know, which is why when somebody told him to get down immediately, he did, and he broke his legs
No.
by jumping from a second story
No, Chuck, no. It's a bad
to a first.
it's a bad idea. No more jumping.
Yeah, no, he's developed a fear of heights now. It's okay.
Oh,
no.
I mean, it's a healthy thing.
Yeah, they're definitely worse fears to have.
He had to go without legs for 6 weeks.
No.
I know. So he's stuck in bed.
Because all of it, every day was leg day in the D department for those weeks.
Oh. Did he get better legs after that?
Yeah, they're probably stronger anyway. They probably were like, okay, we need different materials for this one. Better shock absorbers or something.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing board on those legs.
Yeah, well, let's try something else.
I'm back. Is everybody here?
I'm here.
I'm here.
I am here.
Okay. So what we can say right now is that the ship has gone underway, or whatever. What is that the right turn of phrase, Jack? We're underway.
Yes, that is the right turn of phrase. Very good.
Hooray! I did it right.
Hooray.
I like that we have like our own like Trekkie verification guy here.
He's literally like the Jack. What's the answer to this?
Great. And it makes me really happy. I'm glad that we have like an actual like ship computer.
He's an expert witness.
Yes, exactly.
It's really amazing to me.
Here to inform the court as an unbiased.
You
opinion.
don't know how hard I had to sit on my hands when I heard the phrase "floor 4" come out of my headphones.
That was me.
That was
versus deck 4.
I'll take responsibility for
but
that.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Deck 4.
Deck 4.
It's not a mall; it's a ship.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna learn so much terminology.
I know we're gonna really get all the lingo down.
Jack's gonna start keeping notes and then have
grading us.
I may already be doing that.
That's good.
I'll send everyone a report card after.
Oh my god, beautiful.
That's actually really handy for me personally. If you catch stuff like that, you can let me. That's great.
Yeah, honestly, I know so little. I thought I was prepared, but I am not. So please hold my hand. Reach out and grab it if you need to.
Okay.
We're getting there. I think we're doing pretty good so far for our first time.
Our first time out.
Yeah. But while we're talking about decks really quick, so my understanding was that deck 1 is the top deck.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, good. It's like, I would have to rearrange all my layers.
No, you're good.
Okay, good.
It's like an onion. It's all stacked.
We're really fucking nerdy, you guys.
It's really not like an onion. It's more like a parfait.
Oh, it is. It is like a parfait. You're right.
Because onions are not stacked.
That's true. It's exactly like a parfait.
That I have to tell you that onion is not stacked, but
it's like an onion if you cut it in half and then put it like down on. It's actually not like that at all.
You're trying too
I'm
hard.
completely wrong.
You cut it in half and you wrap it in a towel, and then you put it in the oven.
This is an inside joke that no one knows except you.
I know, I'm sorry. It's a really old, not even good inside joke, but it had to happen.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
I'm happy. This makes me happy.
The ship the crew knows that your first menial task is going to some starbase to pick up some scientific samples to move to another place, because the actual missions of R&D are not that fun.
Yeah, we got to make money somehow, or space money.
Well, it's more like you gotta run the engines and see if they don't explode.
That too.
Were you saying something, Jack?
I was making a joke that was bad. Ignore me.
No.
I said we're going on a fetch quest. On a fetch quest.
Yes,
it is literally
That's a good joke.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe.
And also, all the rest of us have told a lot of bad jokes, so you have to get in on this.
That's good. You're right. I suppose.
Yeah.
It's only fair.
It's only fair that we embarrass as much as we embarrass ourselves.
Well, that's a good point.
This is definitely like Fetch Quest the game, though, to be honest, because we're not playing politics and we're not playing war games. We're playing fun RP on a ship games.
It's
so
true.
It's like, okay, we need to move around to places.
We are going places.
Flying a ship. So as the crew starts to settle into their various tasks and learning about the new systems that they're dealing with on their new ship, the sick bay is continuing to do their physicals, which Commander Theanar, you know that yours is coming up pretty soon, that you need to head off of the bridge to go check into sickbay for your physical. But you do need to stop by and meet your chief tactical officer first and talk to her about putting together your away team.
Okay.
So you can take it from there, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Commander Theanar, after making sure everything is shipshape on the bridge, he's going to head over to the properly designated area in order to meet up with the officer that he's supposed to meet up with.
Which is Lieutenant Commander Ullu+T'ira, is that right?
Mhm.
All right, will you tell us what she's like?
Okay, she's Joran. She's 5'5". Wait, that's gonna be right until proven otherwise. Wavy brown hair, big light brown eyes, light brown skin, copper colored earring, and sort of an athletic build too. And yeah, that's Ullu.
Cool.
Where is she located right now?
She is.
She's at the tactical station, so she has her own spot on the bridge where she has the ability to operate the weapon systems.
Where Worf stands. You're gonna
Where
have to
Worf
explain
stands.
everything to me in TG. TG. TG fucking terminology.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's theirs is more like a ring on the outside of it, but her position is his position.
Okay. All right, then he's going to stride over to her and clear his throat. Lieutenant Commander Uwu, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
So, it is good to meet you. I'm glad to be sharing the ship with you at my side. I believe before we get too much underway, we're going to have to make a decision about our away team and how it shall be run.
Indeed.
You have experience leading away teams.
I do, yes.
Can you give me an example? When you're on these away missions, what are your priorities?
Most of my priorities are. Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second.
That is
Dropping
not
things?
correct.
That was a
Not
great
dropping
sound.
Terminology. We do not swear on this bridge.
Language, young
Lieutenant
lady.
Commander.
That may be the one thing that him and Jaret agree on.
Oh, sweet.
No swearing. We have a swear jar on this bridge.
You joke, but Jaret definitely has a swear jar.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, I love him. He's such a dad.
But it's like always empty because he never swears.
The question, does Corin ever swear and have to put some?
He would definitely make him put something in there if he did. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like he's too much of a goody two shoes at this point. Give him like a few years, but right now he's still
Yeah.
like can't do bad thing ever.
That swear jar is just like collecting
Yeah.
waiting for a time where your child bad enough to use it.
Yeah.
What are they?
Anyway,
Why
sorry
do we
about
Have
that.
this jar.
This jar is stupid. No, that counts. have to like really split hairs in order to get any money in the
What
jar.
if instead of a swear jar, it's a self-deprecation jar, and anytime you do something self-deprecating, you have to put something in there.
That is what a
so
therapy
cute.
dad would do.
Yep.
That is exactly what therapy dad would do.
Do not challenge the happy swear jar. Sorry. I just totally pulled us off track. That was entirely my fault.
Fine. I completely forgot the question. I told you I have the attention span of a flea.
Oh no!
Oh no, I'm so
Thanks.
sorry.
The attention span of Lee.
Oh no, of a flea.
A flea.
Oh my god! I thought you were putting a dig at Lee, and I was like, oh no.
No.
Carla dropping that fucking drama bomb.
Yeah,
Bam.
dropping the shade.
Lee's not even in
I'm
this
not
game.
that mean.
I know.
That is like the opposite of Carla's personality.
It's true.
My question for you, Carla, was I'll just do it in character. Can you tell me what is your priorities when you are on these away missions? How is it that you conduct yourself and your team?
I conduct my team with the utmost words.
This is where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what we all need practice on. Talking like Starfleet.
Yep. Hard yes.
With the utmost tactical.
I think, for instance, you're on your character notes like she tries not to turn to violence first. Something about her that I recall.
Yeah. Deep breath. You got this.
You're doing good.
Okay,
I'm
I
not.
need to
Don't
cough.
lie to me. I prefer a ask first, shoot later tactic, so to speak. I just do things by the book.
It's good to hear. However, I would prefer that there would be no shooting at all whatsoever.
Of course not.
As a commander, I will say that one of my priorities in being your commander is making sure that all of you are safe and that all the people that we interact with are also safe. I prefer to negotiate and find resolutions peacefully, as well as to make every effort to end every negotiation with peace.
Yes, of course.
Lieutenant Commander,
Yes.
I know that this is plainly apparent, but I am an Inarian, and peace is what my people held in the highest regard. And I would like to uphold that here on the ship and
Yes,
with
sir.
every interaction that we make with outside personnel and delegates. So
She's nodding her head.
I'm glad to hear that you're also like-minded, and I would like to build a team that would reflect these priorities.
Understandable, sir.
Dear God, I don't know what else I need to do in this situation.
Oh, you're doing good.
You did good.
Okay, as a commander, what would be my next priority in this conversation?
What you would say at this point to him, to Ulu, I mean, is I'd like you to select some. What's a good word for an away team guy, Jack? Like, I always want to say deputy, but that is not correct.
I don't know. I'm not sure there's a good canonical term for that? Away team candidate, maybe, or shore duty candidate, or something like that. I don't know.
Shore
Away,
duty.
away team personnel.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, away team security personnel. So what the commander would be asking is go back to your office and get a list of eligible people for this together. Do some of your own interviews first. So he's delegating down, the chain of command, and then after, I don't know, Jack, after that, do you think that Ullu would have like the final say, or do you think there'd be a second interview process?
It's a little complicated. Probably the thing to do to maintain, good relations would be that the XO would trust the security officer's recommendations unless he has some reason to question it.
Okay, that works then. So yeah, what Ullu is being tasked here is to find, I would think a handful of people, since you're not at any given time, you might want to have a few people available. But to be going, over interviews with particularly shining security officers, to have a short list of go-to folks when it's like, okay, we went to a planet and there's a signal down there. We got some people who are dying or weird mysteries. Let's go down. That's what you're trying to find. So I think from there, we can go ahead and just go straight over to Ulu's office and go into that, because that is the next thing I'd really like for Mael to be able to participate in. So I imagine that probably there's an assistant position that's like arrange for these interviews to happen, and there's a secretary that makes that happen. So Leland got contacted that he is up for consideration for an away team security position, and that he should show up at Lieutenant Commander Ulu's office at said time.
Also, the other thing I would say add into all of this is keep in mind the ship is a pretty small ship. So there's maybe Ullu who's the security chief, and then he might have an assistant chief, and then there might be half a dozen security officers at most.
Oh, okay.
So it's only 6 to 80 people. It's not going to be more than 10% of the crew is probably going to be actual security officers.
Okay, so then maybe we are person to be the specific go-to, because there's a lot less at stake when that's the case.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's that they're trying to find one specific person for the sake of our story tension.
Cool.
Cool.
So you guys can take that away with knocking on a door, beeping a door, I guess.
Beep beep.
Come in.
All right.
Innocent Patel. Sorry, go ahead.
So sorry, who is coming to see Leland?
Leland is going to see his boss, basically, the chief of security. So he's been told that he has the chance to be the away mission security guy, and he's there. He's going to his boss to interview for that job.
Ah, okay. Him going to her. Got it.
Yes.
And
Right,
Rabbit's out of the scene.
Yes, Rabbit is out of this scene for now, and we'll get back to you after this.
Sweet. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Lieutenant Commander Ullu, you wanted to see me?
Yes, Innocent Patel. Our records show you are a very astute candidate for this position.
Thank you, sir.
Would you like to tell me a little bit more about yourself?
I'm not sure quite what you would like to hear, but my record, shows what I have done, my achievements in Starfleet, and Yes. Are there any details specifically you'd like to know about?
Just some of your past experiences with security.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
What skills can you bring to
I've only received them.
Sorry.
I do a good impression of a hot dog.
So I don't actually know what he might have done in the past. He had one other assignment, but what would be the most likely?
He had one other assignment. He had a thing. Let's say that he was on a station. Is that, because that's like a nice long-term kind of situation. Maybe he was dealing with security, with people coming and going and having to be really alert and aware of his surroundings.
Okay.
I know we haven't talked too much about what his career path was like.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing right now. So
Yeah. I don't want to lead you much because I want you to be able to do that, but that's, like a suggestion of what might make sense.
No, I think that would be good. Right out of Starfleet, he wouldn't be doing anything high profile. So
right. It's a situation where there's still room for combat experience, for being invaded. He may not had away team experience, but might be really good at thinking on his feet because of being in a bustling environment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Lieutenant Commander, as you can see, I was stationed on insert name here.
Starbase numbers.
Starbase numbers for 6 years. So I have 3 years at Starfleet and 6 years of service. So would that be 6 years on the base?
Oh, you have that much experience? I'm sorry, I've lost track.
That's okay.
Elevator music.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, music.
Just
That is
every
our
time.
that is this game's idle animation. That's what that is.
Yeah, exactly. We're all figuring this shit out. It's cool.
Just anytime that nobody, like everybody, like anybody, just anytime anybody feels like they don't have anything to say or that don't know what they can say, just bust into that song.
There you go.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Exactly.
Hold
That's
music.
That's our like a commercial cut for information.
Look, I'm not
That
gonna
would be like
I'm not
entire
gonna lie
sentences
to
worth
you
for me.
guys. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Oh.
There's a reason I chose to be ship's counselor, because that's the kind of babble I can do. All the science babble I cannot do.
You know what it is? That music, that is the music that plays under the "We are experiencing technical difficulties" theme
Yes.
in my card that shows on the
Exactly.
TV channel.
Oh my god,
Exactly.
you're so right.
It's broken again.
Yeah, yep.
Crap.
And it'll be a little drawing of tribbles falling out of a compartment somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
A looping gif.
Chuck is on the intercom
Oh, there you
to
go.
Naja, being like, "My TV is broken again. Come fix it." Help.
So what I see in your profiles page, and I just realized something really stupid that I did myself, which is I just changed that those two sections that are years at / years of. It's years at Starfleet Academy. It was missing the word academy, which is very, very important.
That explains it.
Jack, this is something that maybe you can answer for me, because I have seen conflicting information about how long one is at Starfleet Academy, and my assumption, or the way that I experienced it, and wrote it out for this game is a little like college. So if you're going to be a security officer, you could go for 2 years, but if you're a medic or a science officer, you're going to need to put more time in.
So, right. So I've seen conflicting information too. It's not well defined. But my read of it is that if you went to Starfleet Academy, you went there for at least 4 years before you graduated, no matter what.
Okay.
Even security officers were there 4 years. If you were going to be an enlisted crew member, there's a different academy called the Technical Services Academy, which is on Mars that you go to for your training, and that can take less than 4 years. But anyone who is an ensign or above who went through academy, at least 4 years.
Okay. Well, that's good.
And then I think that Starfleet Medical is actually a separate school for your, like, in the same area, but if I recall, it's like got its own track you have to get through as well.
Yep.
If you're a medical officer.
Yep. For advanced training, there'd be more years to go through it, potentially the specialized school. Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
That's my read of it.
We have very educated people.
I know, it's like having our own Star Trek wiki.
It totally is.
Yes. Keeper of the knowledge. Okay, so I've made that adjustment. So I have 4 years at Academy, 4 in service. So does that sound pretty good?
Yes, that sounds good to me.
Okay. So as I was saying, I served for 4 years on said station and helped with keeping an eye on a ever-changing and sometimes very large number of people coming and going all the time. As you can imagine, if you've ever been on a station, it is a central hub of activity, and not just of Starfleet, but of civilians as well. And it can be very stressful and overwhelming, and that has been my field experience.
I see. And she's just tapping on her pad.
Face.
I'm like legit feeling nervous in this job interview, and it's not even mine.
What did you do for fun? I role-played a job interview. That's how I spent my Friday night.
I did good. I got the job.
Welcome to the game.
Next time you have to actually do like a job interview in the real life, people will be like, wow, you went to that like really great. You're so confident and like self-assured. Like, what did you do to prepare for this? Well,
Star Trek.
I played Star Trek and
Exactly.
Wow, fascinating. Star Trek. That's what you do for fun in your free time? Yeah. I traverse the landscape of space.
Okay, but undercover space boss. Okay, but in all seriousness, I had a job where we all got together and played Artemis for fun. So like, and many of them wore Star Trek uniforms, and it was fantastic.
That's amazing.
It was
wow,
so
fucking
cool.
nerds. I love them.
Anyway, so yes, 4 years at a station working security. And as you know, Lieutenant Commander?
Yes.
I just don't know all my ranks. There we go. As you know, Lieutenant Commander, when you get a mix of both Starfleet and civilian peoples, as well as any number of citizens, that is to say, species of peoples together, there are almost always going to be disagreements that stem from simple miscommunication and misunderstanding. And I have spent most of my time helping to mediate those kinds of misunderstandings and help people come to an agreement without having to escalate to using any kind of force. I don't know if that helps you at all, but that has been my background.
No, it is quite helpful. Thank you for that information. Say you were part of an away team and there's a hostile entity. How would you diffuse the situation?
That depends very much on context. Can I ask for details about this entity?
Just say it's a human on a colony planet who's had a disagreement with another human, or an alien perhaps, and there's swearing and weapons being drawn. How would you defuse the situation?
What I've found to help more often than not is to approach the situation with the desire and the attitude to help. People more often than not don't want to escalate a disagreement into a fight. They want to be understood, they want to have their problems solved, and if I can, I present myself as a person who can help solve their problem. And if I can get them both talking to me instead of yelling at each other, that is a very good step in a step towards the right direction of getting that altercation resolved in a calm and peaceful manner.
She smiles and she smiles and thinks about it for a couple of seconds. That's the perfect response to that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I actually haven't heard such a diplomatic sounding response like that in a while. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm glad you do appreciate it. Not many people do.
Because we do want to minimize any violence on our away teams. And like I said before, you're the perfect candidate for this.
He just breaks into a huge grin. I would be honored, sir. That would be an amazing opportunity.
Now I'll have to talk it over first, but I'm pretty sure that the job might be yours.
Yes, of course. I completely understand. If there's someone better, that's the choice
You will
that
be
should be
informed
made.
immediately upon the decision.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Great work, you guys.
Good
Good work. Good job in review roll.
Yay!
Sorry we have to go through all this awkward shit to get our characters each other. Could have.
We're just breaking the ice left and right.
That's really it. Oh.
These are the getting to know you games that you want.
Yep.
All right, we've gone through another hour. Do Commander Rabbit's physical?
Sure. Okay.
I'm looking forward to this.
No. Of course you're looking forward to it. Like, you love knowing all the secrets.
That's why I'm looking forward to it, but Kotri is looking forward to it because it's her area of expertise.
I know.
I know.
How are you doing, Mael, Carla?
I'm good.
I'm all right.
All right, let's do one more scene at least. So After Commander Theanar sent Lieutenant Commander Ullu off to that task, he was scheduled to go check in the sick bay to have his physical and also to specifically discuss with the doctors about his prosthetic augmentations, because this is equipment that the medical personnel need to not just know about, but they need to be familiar with it. They need to take a look at it. It's, technology that is customized to the commander's body. So this is not off-the-shelf medical equipment. So there's a conversation to be had with really any of the personnel that have any kind of augmentations or prosthetics. Like that's something that gets set aside to talk about and get familiarized with. So that's what Commander Rabbit is going to do, on his way to do. The question for the medical staff is, has Emma been on while you guys have been doing your physicals? Has she been helping you out?
I think so, because we wanted to, have a chance to sort of test her out and actually working with patients.
Okay. Is she in charge of manning the door right now? Just letting people come in? Is she supposed to be keeping an eye out for them?
Yeah, I would say meet and greet has been part of her her responsibilities, and then maybe recording any notes during the actual physical, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds perfect. So you guys are finishing patient and saying nice to meet you, etc. And Commander Raubanaster Theanar comes into sickbay, and since Emma's not doing anything at the moment, she turns to him very cheerfully as he walks in, and she says, "Good afternoon, Commander. Welcome to sickbay. Is it time for your physical?"
Quick question: How does Emma appear? Does she appear like a hologram?
Oh,
Yeah, good question.
Sensor?
Do what?
Does she appear like a hologram?
I mean, she doesn't. The holograms don't look like holograms. Like they just look like regular people. But also, Theanar would know about this holographic entity. So when he walks in, he's gonna know what he's looking at.
Okay. Hello, Emma, is it?
That's correct.
Yes, I am. I am here for my physical. It is an honor to meet you.
That is so very kind, Commander. It is an honor to meet you too.
It looks like we're gonna have a lot of interesting things on this ship.
I think every Starfleet vessel is interesting, but ours is particularly interesting.
It is that indeed. Yes. Should I sit down to wait anywhere? Is there anything that you'll have me do?
Oh yes, come in. I think that the doctor and the crewmen are just finishing up, so they're ready for you now.
Oh, well then, lead the way.
And she does so.
Rabbit follows. Kind of like a strange expression on his face. He's like, This is just it's getting better and better.
Go to space, they said.
Those two are finishing up. They're waiting for their next patient, and in comes Theanar, who has you should describe the augmentations quite well.
So the augmentations on his head are these two little prosthetic antennae that have little lights at the very tip that kind of work as in replacement for the little discs that he would have had on his natural antennae, but they are conspicuously absent. They're able to flex and able to, along with his emotions. So they telegraph what he's feeling quite readily. He often doesn't edit his behavior with his antennae because a lot of the times people don't really understand how to interpret it, so he doesn't bother. But
Makes sense.
yeah, so he just doesn't put the effort in. But when it comes to like a game of poker or something, they'll just be rigid. They have like little swivel bases, and they kind of lock onto his head, and with a careful like pressing of the fingers on either side of the little round bases, they can pop off, and underneath is like a little root that is kind of placed into the like sawed off little trunk of what used to be his antennae.
Oh.
So they kind of fit like a cap over like the little remnants, and then
So they can be taken off for like maintenance or whatever.
yeah, exactly. But like the it has like a cap and then like a little root thing that kind of connects in with all his neural whatever the fuck.
Yes.
Very technical term.
Very technical term, and is able to like to connect with and like help him with his telepathic abilities and his ability to be able to see and project and anticipate what's going on with the environment, because he is most definitely blind as fuck.
Cool.
Which is also another very technical term.
Yes.
Yeah.
And since we are with the medical professionals now, you get extra details on certain crew members. And there's not a huge amount of information in the medical records about the circumstances of the events that took place in his childhood, but it is there that he was in cryostasis for nearly 200 years.
Oh.
Whoa.
Well then.
Mic drop. Boom.
He took a long ass nap.
It is on record that he was 9 years old when he was frozen, and he's now 33, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So the things
Same
you get
age as
to
Riker.
know as medical
Oh my God.
professional.
Yeah, son. Pew 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 pew.
So I don't know who is doing the little scanny thing, but if it's the doctor, then Kotri is definitely hovering because she is super duper curious. Because prosthetics and cybernetics are one of her fields. So she is like itching to get a closer look at these prosthetic antennae. She's trying to play it cool.
And I think because that is one of her fields of study, and because side note, normally I think for general crew physicals, they wouldn't need to be both in the room. But
makes sense.
For Commander Theonar, it would be good for both of them to get a look at his hardware.
That's true.
The extent of the damage, that sort of a thing. Like may as well both be there. And again, because Kotri has experience and specialty with prostheses, so
cool.
I want to say that Dr. Uhen will go first. We'll review his records. We'll take care of the more mundane parts of the tricorder scanning, and then she will introduce crewman Kotri and explain how she has experience and knowledge, and will probably be the main go-to for any questions about the prostheses.
Awesome.
Hello, Doctor. It is a pleasure to meet you in a more intimate setting.
Hello, Commander. That was a good joke. would like to introduce.
I love her already.
Commander Theonar looks a little confused.
And that was a bad joke on my part. I apologize. As crewman Kotri here has more experience with prostheses than I do, I think it would be appropriate for you to discuss with her the intricacies of these devices. But if you wouldn't mind, I would like to be present to learn as much as I can as well.
Of course, I would greatly value your presence, as I believe the Earthling term is to not put your eggs in the same basket.
Correct.
Just still is a very odd term to me.
Kotri looks confused. I don't think she's heard that term before.
Sweet. Well, I would appreciate both of you being present either way. I respect and understand that. I'm sure that you were both very curious. Here, I will show you how to take them off.
Yes, thank you,
And
sir.
he demonstrates for them both how to take off the prosthetics.
This is just fascinating. Who, if you don't mind me asking, who designed these for you?
Oh, doctor! I mean, God help me. God help me. What's the name of the doctor? God.
My doctor or the nurse doctor?
Dusty.
Oh, that doctor.
Dusty, you're muted. I don't think Dusty and I came up with a name for this doctor yet.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. No, we didn't name the doctor.
That's important backstory, Dusty.
It is. I'm so sorry. Did we decide that the doctor was the Andorian, though?
No,
Or
doctor was a human.
Doctor's the human. Then it's. Oh crap!
This is
On the
easier.
fly. No, that's easier.
I mean, even if it's not a name like an organization or like, was it Starfleet? Was it a private mission? What?
There's a lot that goes in there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make your last name Jenkins. It was
Jenkins.
Dr. Jenkins is the doctor
Jenkins.
that saved you.
Okay. My last name is now Jenkins.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's why you changed to Theonar.
Rabbit Jenkins.
Rabbit Jenkins! It's my favorite children's book!
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
I'm joking.
Okay. I was totally convinced that there was a children's book that was named Rabbit Jenkins, and I was like, wow.
I can believe it.
Now you're gonna write it.
Okay. For you, Dusty.
Did you choose to accept it?
Well, my prosthetics were designed and created for me by Dr. Jenkins of Starfleet personnel.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Remarkable work.
Thank you.
She's scanning them, but also looking at them at the same time.
I'm sure that she would love to tell you more about them if that would help serve to keep them in check.
Oh, absolutely. Any information I can get will certainly help with the maintenance.
Of course. She would be happy to share her information, I am sure. She is also my mother.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I'm going to get in contact with her very quickly and have her send over the appropriate documents detailing their
That would be fantastic.
Of course.
And then she kind of withdraws a little bit because she feels like she was getting a little too excited.
Doctor, it is okay for you to ask questions. I know that this is not run of the mill, I think is how it's said. cybernetics.
Commander, I apologize if this is something of a personal question, but were you raised on Earth?
No, I was not raised on Earth. In fact, I was raised in Starfleet.
You see, around and by humans.
Partly, yes. As well as many others. Dr. Jenkins raised me alongside her within the Starfleet. So I spent most of my growing up on traveling on ships, starships of various make.
So you feel right at home here then.
Of course I do. It is not as big as what I'm used to, but I feel most at home in the stars.
Thank you for divulging that information. I apologize. Nothing to do with your medical records, but I just found it fascinating that you knew so much of Earth saying.
I'm always attempting to learn. Despite spending a majority of my life among humans, I still find their colloquial sayings and slang quite interesting and hard to adapt to.
Yes, well, I've heard many of them came about centuries and centuries ago, so that is no surprise.
Yes, unfortunately, we're missing a lot of the context for the creation of these colloquialisms, but I do find them very fascinating.
Do you think we're meant to put the eggs in multiple baskets?
Yes, I believe that is how the saying goes, so that if you were to accidentally drop one basket, you would not lose all of your eggs.
Huh.
Well,
So in this case, then it would be that I would rather both of you learn about my implements than one of you, in case something were to happen. That
you
guys would be able to take care of it. Exactly.
Well, let's just hope that neither of these baskets gets dropped.
I will do everything within my power to make sure that none of these baskets are dropped.
I just love a room full of aliens talking about how weird human sayings are.
Yep. This is literally what Star Trek is about.
Yeah, pretty much. Aliens talking about how weird humans are.
All right.
I can tell your curiosity, and I know that it is not normal for an alien such as me to be raised by aliens.
Indeed. That is putting it lightly. No, she keeps looking at the prostheses, just is really interested and kind of wants to get back to shop talk. It's one of her many failings is, okay, we're done talking about cute things. Let's talk about these cool machines.
That's good.
So, are there any support or maintenance items? Or is there an interface gel that you would need resupplied? Any parts that are subject to wear and tear?
Mostly just the
Rotors, maybe?
the hinges, hinges, rotor.
Yeah,
The connection points?
Yeah, connection points. Whatever. Imagine that I said something really technically profound about connection points.
There you go.
Do you sleep with them in, or do you take them off at night?
I generally sleep with them in, because it impacts so much of my ability to navigate and to see.
Oh, that makes sense.
Understandable. Would you mind if I did a visual inspection of the joining site on your scalp? I'd like to check for any sign of abrasions.
Of course. It is sensitive.
Yes. If she doesn't already have examining gloves, she'll put on examining gloves and very, very gently part his hair and inspect the sites to make sure there's no like redness or irritation developing where the prostheses join to his body.
Fortunately, there is no wear and tear and or irritation because these prosthetics have been made quite expertly for his condition.
Yay.
Yeah. But he does like once he has taken the prosthetics off for you guys to study, he's definitely kind of like his body movements have changed.
Makes sense.
So he's no longer moving with quite such confidence. Now he's actually like moving like he's blind.
Yeah. And he would be seated, I would
Yeah.
imagine. Also, after observing this, Dr. Uhen would at least give him one back. Reattach one so he can be. What would be the right term for psychically sensing your environment?
That
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Sounds like
That he would at least be able to sense his environment in the normal manner.
yeah. He'll quietly reattach it, and say thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commander. I can't see any problems. It appears everything is in order. Is there any information you'd like to volunteer or know from us?
I do have a pair of backups.
Good.
Hold on.
Should get that cough checked out.
Oh my god. Your commander has laryngitis.
Oh
no.
That won't do.
But I do have a pair of backups which I can allow to be placed temporarily within your possession in order to study the make and the wiring of
Kotri looks really excited, but like low-key really excited.
The commander does take note of this and look towards her.
She kind of looks away because she's not quite sure where to look.
It's okay. He smiles nonetheless. It's a very, very, very subtle smile. It's not even a smile. It's just kind of like a change, kind of in his like cheekbones.
Beautiful.
Dr. Uhen also notes Kotri's excitement and judges apart from that it would be useful. So, Commander, yes, I do think if you can spare them for how long would you need them, Kotri? Crewman Kotri, I should say.
Yes.
So, how long do you think you would like to inspect these spare prostheses?
What time of day is it? How long are they still on shift?
I would say at this point you're like in the middle shift, but since he has a second pair, I think he's offering to let you use them like long term, like maybe a few days to take a look at them.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal if I could have a few days with them. We can keep them in the med bay in case you do need them.
I think that is an appropriate place for them to be, and a few days, and even a few days more after that would be fine. I do not anticipate us to be. Do not anticipate breaking my antennae in the next week or so.
I should hope not.
I do wonder, are these too complicated for the replicators? Would there be a way of programming their design into the replicator should the need ever arise?
God.
It's a good question.
God's
God.
computer.
I mean, I'm gonna
God's
guess
computer.
they're too complicated. Maybe you can replicate parts for them.
Yeah, I imagine it's something that's like, even if you replicate the parts and put it together, it's something that's going to be super fine-tuned through
Mhm.
medical procedure and picking up somebody's brain waves, and there's a surgical aspect to it.
Let's say give Kotri a couple of weeks with them, and she probably could figure out how to replicate parts of them if they need to be repaired in the future.
There you go.
But that'll take her some time.
All right, crewman, if you would please add that to your duties to oversee the maintenance and, if necessary, repairs and even replication of parts for these prosthetic devices. Do you think that would be acceptable to you?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commander, for being forthcoming with us.
Of course. And should you need answers to any other questions, I would be happy to provide.
Thank you. I may take you up on that.
Of course. I know that it is not every day that you run into a telepath quite like the Anar. He smiles kind of
No, I
ruefully.
suppose not.
Well then, I can send down my spare pair to the med bay. Within the hour.
That would be fine. Thank you, sir.
Of course. Well, it's been a long time since I've run into any problems with the antennae, but I figure that it is time that I am due. So it's better to be safe than sorry.
Indeed.
Also, this is basically Star Trek, so not having any trouble with them doesn't mean anything, because you're definitely going to have trouble with them now.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Welcome to Star Trek. Well, I think that might be a good spot to cut that scene, and let's do one more. What I would like to cut over to is back at Chuck's chambers.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, Chuck.
We are immediately. Excuse me, 1 second.
Feel that.
Stop coughing, everybody. Jeez.
Can't
How
it, man.
dare your flesh vessels be sick?
Immediately after Dr. Veer beamed off the ship, a mask came off of
Off of who?
Off of who? You cut off.
Please say that again.
of Lieutenant Naja's face.
Okay.
She drops the cheerful keeping a face up for Chuck now that she's gone, and what you see is a person who really stressed out because they have so much to do and they need to get back to their station immediately. So she's like, it's really great meeting you guys. I'm really looking forward to working with you. We're gonna see each other in a couple hours to talk to the kids. You okay? You gonna check in? Is everything fine?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, we've got Jarit and T'ira in here. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So who? What we've got here is Veer left. Chuck is asleep.
Right.
And T'ira and Jarit are finally alone. with
Gotcha.
with Naja, and she's being like, "I gotta go. You okay?"
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, sure, we've got this.
Okay, I'll see you in a few hours. It's nice meeting you. And she leaves.
She's like
Ah,
trying to
Ted.
frantically get things done before the baby wakes up.
Yeah.
Jared just kind of laughs and is like, "That's an engineer for you." I know I was an engineer just before this, so I
Oh.
still kind of remember that. There's nothing that an engineer loves so much as their ships, and I suppose their androids as well.
Indeed. Every one of us has our own particular joys in our job.
Absolutely. Sorry, what are we?
Well,
heading to?
I think that what you've got right now is an opportunity to confer about what this project's going to look like, because you two are going to be working the closest together, because Naja's got so much that she deals with as she's going to be kind of in and out. But you two are pretty close together working with the structure of the mentorship of both the imps and of Chuck.
Mhm.
So you have a fair amount to talk to about, like, how you how you want to make this happen. It's a little bit like you've got this plan in your head of how the schooling structure is going to go and what T'ira's role is going to be in that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So it's a little cold in the room that you're in right now.
Right.
So
I'm fine.
you you
Vulcans are
can go
present.
to your office if you want to, or you could go take a look at the classroom or the
Yeah.
science lab.
Lieutenant Commander Tira? Lieutenant?
Lieutenant.
Sorry, I missed what rank she is.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Lieutenant, why don't we go and take a look at our classroom? I haven't seen it yet.
That sounds fine to me.
All right. I'm looking forward to this.
That's mine. It'll be very interesting to work with these young minds.
Have you worked with children before?
I have not.
Oh. Well, to be honest, I haven't exactly taught children before or overseen anything exactly like this, but I've had children. So I'm
Similar.
hoping that the experiences will, with your help,
cut
of
out.
course. I think that I think with your help, of course, we will create a nice little program here.
I feel the same.
Right. So they head down to the classroom area. And did you want to describe that at all?
Yeah, I will. I'll give a description and maybe backed up by Jack a little.
Cool.
I am typing in the wrong chat. What a genius! I'm over here typing to Jack in our private chat instead of the group chat.
I see how it is. Just gotta keep the rest of us in the dark.
Did you see what I sent to you, Jack?
Let's see.
I was making jokes about his.
Oh yes.
He's got psychic contact lenses. That's what Rabbit has. So
leave me alone about my psychic contact lenses.
What the Sagan has been equipped with for the purposes of your project is a pretty good size classroom / lounge area, which is also Lieutenant T'ira's hydroponics bay in the same room.
Okay.
So it has like a big, really nice group working table. So like a big table with enough for probably, I imagine, like 8 people, like the conference room kind of table.
Sure.
It's set up with computer console and a mess area, eating, and then there's a lot of racks for the hydroponics area that I would probably imagine half of them have samples brought with you and half of them empty to see for experiments to see how things are out of seeds.
Yeah.
Am I missing anything in this area, Jack?
No, I think that's what I was thinking of. Those
Okay.
things you just named off. Yeah.
Cool.
Do you have a vibe on how big this area is that we've sectioned off?
So it's kind of an L-shaped area, and its total, the actual area is something like 300 square meters. So it's huge.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Or no, wait, that can't be right.
300
Yeah,
square.
it is 300
No,
square meters.
that sounds about right. That's like what, close-ish to 900 square feet, about.
Oh God!
Bless you.
It's a
It's the size of
nicely
a small
equipped.
apartment. Yeah.
Yeah. It's about the size of our place.
Okay. Yep.
A little bigger.
So yeah, that's what you come into, and the lights come up. There's the plants in the hydroponics, and there's also like a couple places where they've put like planters in the walls, so there's decorative plants too. It's a very a warm space, and there's also an area in there for T'ira's botany equipment and some basic scientific testing supplies. So it's a really nice space for some independent study work.
Oh, very homey.
Nice.
When Jaret kind of like wanders around and opens drawers and just kind of examines the place to get an idea of it. He doesn't exactly have like he doesn't come across as very Starfleet in his manner. Like he's more casual than professional.
Mhm.
And he definitely once he's told a space, is something that he can use, he makes himself at home. So that's kind of what he's doing, is making himself at home. In fact, if there's a replicator in here, I think he will go and get himself a hot drink.
Oh yeah,
It
I'm
would
sure
be-
there's a replicator.
I have to decide what his
Earl Grey tea.
go-to.
hot.
What is his
Yeah.
go-to drink? What his go-to
Everybody
drink
has
is?
to have their go-to replicator.
Yep, exactly. I'll have to think about that. It's something warm. Well, the replicators are working. It's a good sign. It's an auspicious beginning.
Sorry, I heard a noise.
You're fine.
Yes, and my plant samples are here, which makes me quite happy.
Oh,
They arrived safely.
you're the botanist then.
Yes.
Oh, lovely. What are you going to grow for us on this trip?
What did I write down?
You are experimenting with various plants that produce any kind of electrical charge or magnetic fields. So
yeah, energy
you're-
plants.
Energy
Ooh.
plants.
Ooh.
Sorry, you cut off, hon.
Energy
doing?
plants.
Energy plants. Awesome.
Oh. Okay. I will work on plants that survive in the cold too.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm working on plants that work with energy, basically.
Fascinating.
All plants work with energy, of course, but electrical energy and so on and so forth.
How fascinating. I'm afraid that none of my prior hosts had much in the way of green green thumbs, I believe, is the terminology. So I will do my best to not
Kill anything?
kill anything. Yes, thank you. I will not touch any of your plants while we're
No,
in
you're
here.
more than welcome to. I have plenty of seeds left over from saving from previous growth cycles. So if something dies, I can just simply regrow it.
Well, that's comforting to know. We'll not worry too much then.
It will take time, but it can be done.
Fantastic. I think that is going to really brighten this room up to have so much green, or whatever color of the plants are that you're going to be growing.
Green,
living
of course.
things, living things in general will be nice to have in here.
Yeah.
I bet this will end up being the most comfortable room on the ship once you get that nice cycle of oxygen and carbon dioxide going.
Mm-hmm. Nice, good breathing space.
Absolutely. This will be a good place for these children.
Indeed.
So what is GM, what is the deal with the 3 kids at this point?
Well,
More
I
children.
think that the 3 kids are about to be our hook because I am very tired now.
I think that's a great hug. Meet the
And
kids.
it can be understood that you two spend a little bit of time maybe sitting at the round table there discussing your plan of attack, Jared, what you had in mind for how things are going to run, the fact that you have a son that is going
Yes.
to be a part of it. You might have talked about roles with Chuck, what to expect out of that. And then the plan being that these kids are going to show up in, about an hour.
Oh,
So
geez. Okay.
you guys
Good
have a
thing
little
I have
bit
a week to figure that out.
and I think next week we can start off with introducing them for the time.
Awesome. That sounds like a great place to start next time. Also, I totally spaced out that during Kotri's physical, the doctor would have, aside from old healed injuries, you would also realize that she's got about 3 or 4 artificial organs. That's an important thing.
Oh, yeah, that was a really big thing.
Yeah,
Forgot
that I
about that
totally
too.
forgot about and glazed over. Yeah, I haven't decided which organs they are, but not heart, because I'm not trying to copy Picard, but gut organs. It'd be pretty easy to figure out that she probably got caught in a mortar or something similar to that.
Yeah.
And lost a good chunk of her abdomen. Yeah. But she's got, so I think that was the root of her interest in prosthetics and cybernetics was, while she was recovering from that, she wanted to learn as much as possible about these new organs that she had, and that kind of spiraled off into interest in prosthetics in general.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
That's
Team replaced parts. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a fucking genius because I did not mention the fact that Nadja has a prosthetic hand.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So, hooray, team!
Yeah.
Oh my god, an important thing.
I know. I would have remembered when we got around.
Yeah.
I just
cool.
forgot to put it in her character description, either when I was writing with Chelsea or in this session. So now everybody knows. And her hand looks like an iPhone.
I'm sorry, what?
It looks like an iPhone. It's like shiny white.
Nice.
Oh, okay. I'm just like her palm is a screen. That's what I imagine.
Oh, that's legit though.
That's our
So
future.
is it like wrist down, elbow down, shoulder down?
It is like the middle of the forearm. So like
Okay, so
the
she still has
hand and
her
then like
original.
6 inches of arm.
So she has her original elbow still. It's
Yes, she
just
does have an elbow.
okay.
So it's just the hand. And
Okay.
we will next week we will role play that.
We will what?
We will role play not just physical next week.
Sure.
Cool.
We'll do a couple more things on this this day, only a few more, I swear, and we'll actually have our plot hook stuff.
No, that's awesome.
Yay.
We're getting all the
Getting
new
all our
stuff.
ducks in a row.
Yeah. Oh, I actually meant to ask, what is new ship smell?
Oh, that's a really very good question.
What does a new starship smell like? Jack,
Lasers.
do you have any input about what a new ship smells like? Not in the
Computer,
business.
what do you
smells like-
smell like?
It smells like freedom.
Freedom.
It smells like eagle tears.
Eagle tears and new carpet.
New car plus new house.
There you go.
Mm,
Delicious.
Fresh.
delightful.
Actually, do these have carpet? That's a good question.
I think
Like a
Voyager has
shitty
carpet.
Office
Voyager
carpet.
has some kind of carpet.
That
There is
industrial
carpet in places, yes.
thing.
What? Let's see. Where's that picture of the bridge? Did you put that in?
Like
would just-
hotel carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would help dampen sounds and
Yeah, that makes
just
sense.
insulate, make it seem a little bit less you're living on a spaceship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
less hollow metal banging everywhere you walk.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, even the bridge does look like it's got carpet, so that's good to know.
Yeah.
Just always wear pants, because if you fall, scrape your...
'Cause what?
Because you'll fall and you'll get rug burns on your knee.
Oh my god.
Well,
That is what we are going to be most worried about in this game. For sure, rug burns.
Oh, look at our little sleeping beauty.
Oh no, he's Snow White.
Oh yeah, I guess that is Snow White.
Aw. So he's basically in a little terrarium that's full of blue gas.
Yep.
Cool.
And you can, it's not like so much that you can't see him. It's like,
Gotcha.
if you had a humidifier.
Mm-hmm. That makes
Here,
sense.
I'll put some blue shit on side.
There,
now.
he's got like a little bit of dry ice creeping in there.
Exactly.
if this was being filmed, that's what it would look like. I love it. He's so cute.
You guys all did really good. Thank you.
Thank you guys. It was fun.
Good job,
I
everybody.
think for our first time, it was not too bad.
No, I think you guys did really
I think I
good.
did a
For
job.
Yay.
it's
Teamwork
a
is
lot to
dreamwork.
take in, especially when you have 2 characters.
yeah.
Exactly.
I know I didn't really need to draw some of the characters in as much that are the more background, but I feel like
Fun
it's a
to
nice
meet them.
balance with these
Yeah.
various
I like it.
characters.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to doing things with both of these characters. So
Same.
yeah.
I'm glad because like I have a feeling that Chuck is gonna be like out and under.
Wait, that what?
He's gonna be underneath
Like
sleep
underfoot.
time. Yeah, or he's gonna be in sleep mode for a lot of the time. They're just gonna be like, "Well, he can't handle this. Put him to bed."
Oh, I see what I mean. Yeah. We're gonna
Put
do
the
some
baby.
sedating.
Mm,
The wonder of the universe got him again. Nap time.
I know.
Yeah. Like, he started having an existential crisis.
That is exactly what you need to prepare for.
Yeah.
His
Somebody needs to teach him meditation techniques. Cough team. To
that's what Tahira was hired for.
yes. Meditation techniques.
Therapy
I love
followed
it.
by meditation, followed by science, followed by sleep.
Yep.
And
It's a hard
and
life for a
just
little android.
Yes.
just because everybody would know this from his file, Jarrett, his sort of side hobby, but it's become part of his career, is holo programming. So if anybody wants a holodeck program written, you could talk to him because he likes doing that. Even
Nice.
aside from his career, he just enjoys. It's like his unwind and relax activity is writing holodeck programs.
Nice.
Also, he may or may not have put himself through school writing holodeck programs. Cough.
There you go.
Cough holodeck programs. Like the kind that they use at Quarks.
These ain't your grandma's holiday.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Look, we all,
No.
have
Hold on.
done.
It came out way more purple.
Oh no. Fix it.
I tried. My fucking computer screen like fucks up all my colors, and then I move it over onto my second screen, and then I see the colors, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Same.
There
There
we
we go.
There
go.
we go.
Oh, yeah.
There's the precious baby.
Yeah.
little prince.
Now, at this
He's
point, does he
fantastic.
actually get like plugged in or hooked into anything, or is it all like respiration based at this point?
It's all respiration based.
Cool.
Which means that if he were to be shot into space on accident, that would be a
he
bad
would
time.
he would die. He cannot exist in a vacuum because
Oh.
That's good to know.
he's when it comes down to it more organic than synthetic, even though it's a synthetic.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's synthetic, but he's fleshy inside.
Yeah.
He's the first step towards replicants.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
basically,
you're
we don't
so
let
right.
him read any Asimov. Never gets to read Asimov.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like a forever forbidden list, and
Yeah,
Blade
Yeah.
Dr.
Runner
Seuss is
and
on the list, so we can definitely.
Oh yeah.
Blade
Wait,
Runner and
Dr.
Terminator
Seuss?
movies are
No.
blacklisted
Yeah, no,
forever.
don't
Those
give
are
me the
right
idea,
out.
Skynet.
Westworld, no.
Wait, did you say that Dr. Seuss is on the banned list or the
No,
okay list?
on the okay list. That's
Okay.
one of our go-tos.
Oh my God!
Focus
Please,
on that
somebody
one.
replicate him. Oh, the places you'll go. That's what he needs.
Replicate what?
A copy of Oh, the Places You'll Go.
Oh yes.
Oh, no.
Oh yes. Oh.
Oh my God, that's what we need.
Little baby.
Except that Jared is not a student of Earth history, so he would not know to do that. But you know
Question.
what? There's a Trill version, I'm sure, of Dr. Seuss. It's I'm too tired to filk this right now. There's a Trill version of Dr. Seuss somewhere.
We've been going for almost 6 hours. That's pretty amazing.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Blue waves in hand.
Oh
Good
yeah.
job, everybody.
Go team.
Does not feel like 6 hours.
I do have a question. Does so because Chuck is a super secret science project, and like when he starts wandering around the ship, like
Yeah.
will he is he just gonna pretend like he's an ensign, or is he gonna be like
he's never going to be wandering around the ship. He's always going under supervision.
well,
So
hypothetically that's what we want.
Yeah.
that's true.
I mean, this is the same conversation about Corin, is hypothetically when he slips out of the quarters and goes exploring.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say that in the briefing of this crew was included, the onboard briefing. There's this android. It's being tested. It's what we do. These are the people who are in charge of the project. If you see this android alone, contact one of these people immediately.
Especially if he's like walking into a wall or like curled into a fetal position.
Oh,
Mhm.
poor baby.
So I think that's the relationship there. That they're just aware enough, on the lookout for this person if they are in a place they're not supposed to be.
Gotcha.
Sweet.
But yeah, I mean, basically everybody on the ship is under like whatever the Starfleet version of NDA is.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Yeah, because I don't know about you guys, but as the local storyteller, I know that everything that we want to be okay and to like the rules that we set in place, all of these things are going to be broken.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
They're
yeah.
going to be smashed up against a fucking wall.
Look, all I want is for Corin and Chuck to have a escape the watchful eyes of their guardians episode and like go get into trouble together.
100%.
That's definitely happening.
And like it's only exacerbated by the fact that they're both on the same level. You know, they're both on deck 4. So I can
that's
It's
true.
true.
Oh
They're
my
on the
gosh.
same level.
So I can definitely see Corin like sneaking out to hang out in Chuck's room
Oh my gosh,
and like
please.
watch movies.
Oh no.
And these two things would dovetail, right? Because there's all Corin will know is there's this door that has some label and it says something like deflector control or something.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that Chuck's place is back there at all.
Yeah.
If he gets in there and goes exploring, he may stumble across him.
Mhm.
So that'll
I
be kind of
love it.
cool. Stumble across the sleeping boy in the blue box.
Oh my god, we've become like Secret Garden.
Oh my god. Fucking true. Holy shit.
You can tell exactly what age we are because
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because when Kim and I discussed several of these questions about where to put various things, I didn't fully understand what Chuck's existence on the ship was going to be when I said, okay, here's where Chuck's place is going to be. And I was thinking tonight, I'm not sure that I did that right, because he's far away from engineering, which is probably the most likely place he's going to end up going, at first. But now that we've talked about Corin, it's like, no, he's exactly where he needs to be.
No, it's perfect.
Yeah. This is perfect.
Yeah. I love it.
I was looking at the blueprints and I feel like there's a few places we could put some extra doors, because right now you have to like go through 2 rooms in order to get to Chuck's room.
Well, but I think that's the idea. We want it to be a secret place for him that he can hide in.
Right.
I do find that very interesting that he has a secret room. I did not know that this is going to be the case.
He's also instructed that if we are ever boarded, he is to go to that room.
Oh, that
himself.
makes sense. It's less, the secret keeping is less important to keep it from the rest of the crew and more in emergencies if,
have a...
And none of the crew knows where. That's not, that's the upper. But, for instance, if Jarit, part of his duties are to go in and get Chuck and bring him to class. If, Corin was to follow him to going to this weird part of the ship to get him. This is so strange.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
Secret robot.
Robot in the wall.
Behind all these weird electrical panels.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, I know that this isn't what it looks like at all, but like in my brain, the door to Chuck's room is the fucking door under the stairs that Harry Potter lived in. Like, that's just what I'm picturing in my head. That's what the door looks like.
As far from it could possibly be.
It's a hidden door under the staircase, and you can't convince me otherwise.
I don't like the idea that Chuck live under the staircase.
I know, that's really sad.
To be abused like Harry Potter.
He's got a bigger room.
It's a secret
your Dr.
fort.
Bear is coming out.
No, it's good. He's fine.
He has a nice big
Wow.
television.
Yeah, he does. He has a nice little theater. I'm very excited about that. He's got a sweet, one might say.
A sweet. Amazing.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Yay. You should put that in the art channel, though.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's right. Sleepy boy.
Yeah.
Copy link.
Good boy.
Art.
Yay.
There it
Good
is.
boy, sleepy boy. We love him.
So is there any other questions that Jack or I could clear up now that we've played a game? Is there anything on anybody's mind?
I want to know how to spell Chuck's given name.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. The name that I just came up with on the fly and wasn't that I
Good fucking
remembered
job.
properly
Oh.
during our really intense moment. I was like, what have I set up for myself? I can't remember the fucking name that I just was, and now we're in a really
I
intense
heard.
moment.
I heard that.
That hesitation
amazing.
of, oh shit, what was that name again?
I'm gonna keep you on your feet.
That was a cruel thing to do to me in my first game.
You're fucking welcome. I make it my prerogative to
Shushing.
the DM.
Cute.
What's funny is that I hadn't been planning on dropping that in the game at all. At any point, it was just something that was in the back of my head. But it just came up in the conversation. She kind of blurted it out for some reason at Jared, and then I was like, "Oh, that opened a thing."
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I like it.
I like it a lot. Makes sense.
I
Where's this being
still have
posted?
not. I
there
still
it
have
is.
not figured out for sure what Jarrett is going to call Chuck because he doesn't like Chuck. Sorry,
Yeah.
he's like this is a cold title and not a name.
Names are complicated. Identity is complicated.
True.
I mean, we just got past pronouns.
It's true.
I know that's something that's very, very recent. Chuck's timeline is that he literally just chose his pronouns not too long ago.
It's adorable.
It's maybe 8 months ago in game time.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh.
Cool.
I am so proud of you, Carla and T'ira both, for your role play in that situation was so good.
I know. Kim really threw you in the deep end and you did great.
Thank you.
I know, you gave me some really good stuff to work off of, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yay.
That's sweet.
We're all people who are in touch with our feelings, so talking.
Yeah.
And thank you for working Chuck through that. I kept trying to pull him out of it, but he was not having a good time. So thank you guys for your patience.
That was the hardest first day of school ever. I guess it is more first day of summer camp.
Yeah,
it's a lot of scary questions.
It's fun first day of summer camp when you've never been to your first day of school, so it's a big thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
We asked a lot of the little robot.
We did.
We pushed him out of the nest real hard.
Yeah.
I know.
Because science is cold and uncaring.
No.
I apologize for the future when he actually gets to look outside the window for the first time.
We put that off.
Yeah, we did.
Good job, guys.
Yeah. Maybe it would be best to let him first look out the window when there's something other than stars to see, like a planet.
Does
Like,
that
look,
make
that
it a
would be-
lot better?
Scary.
No, because then it's like, no, it doesn't go on forever. See, there's lots of endpoints. Any one of these planets could be an endpoint.
You're asking a lot of this tiny robot.
I know.
Like for me personally, that would be even more terrifying because it's like, oh, now I have this huge thing for scale.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but one of the
Terrifying.
things that he said that seemed to scare him was this idea that like we could get so far out that people couldn't find us or get to us, and it's like, well,
Oh,
look,
that's
here's a
true.
planet, like we're
Mm.
fine. There's
We
people
have
right
all
there.
these way stations that we can stop here
Yeah.
and stop here.
Yeah.
There's lots of people out here looking out for each
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
We're not driving into too much into the vast emptinesses.
other. Leland needs to meet up with him and tell him stories of crazy stuff he saw working on space station.
Oh my gosh. What
He likes storytelling.
that's actually great because that is something that Leland and Kotri have in common, because Kotri's last assignment was on Deep Space Nine.
That's
Actually,
a good point. So you both have had long-term assignments working on busy space stations.
hmm
Yeah.
yeah.
I do think that was the most awkward
That was the
Oh,
most
their little
awkward
meeting
meeting?
in that bunk room.
Yes, absolutely.
My God.
That's
Oh,
hilarious.
amazing. That was so good. Yep. Okay, bye. Uh-huh.
I felt so bad for Patel because I was like, this guy really wants to talk.
Mhm.
I'm so sorry. She'll warm up.
You'll earn their trust.
Yeah, like
Like
basically
befriending a cat.
exactly. And once you like find something in common with her and get her talking about her interests, then she'll open up.
All right.
Yeah.
I love that scene though. That's very much I could see it like being in filmed like in TNG or something.
It was very, very real.
The super awkward scene. It's like, hey, we're gonna be roomies. Uh-huh. Okay, bye. Look,
And
there's a
also a very-
reason that she was chosen for this whole Nurse Emma project. Because she's not great at talking to people.
That's only part of it. The other part
Uh-huh.
is field medicine.
Yeah, exactly.
That.
She's
But part
got
of it is that she sucks at talking to people.
yeah, it's a multifaceted assignment. Look,
Your
she's
doctor
really,
may have been brought on for exactly the same reason.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%.
yeah.
No doubt.
Kotri is a little offended that they're both Bajoran. Like, really? Like, you couldn't find some other race of people who have that bedside manner? What are you saying about Bajorans?
That you're the most traumatized race in the fucking galaxy.
I mean, that's fair.
It's just statistics.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I love how cold they both are.
I know.
As you guys were making these characters, like not other
Lost you.
settings,
Oh, sorry, you cut off.
sorry.
and me trying to knowing what I wanted to do in this setting, I was like, you are falling perfectly into my hands, and
Yeah, right.
they've got them right where I want them.
Totally accidental.
You chose poorly.
Poorly for yourselves, but good for the GM.
Yes, good for the story for sure.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Look, I have a
Yeah.
feeling that both of these medical professionals are really good at what they do, as long as it's not talking you through trauma. That's
And that's
Emma-
why we have a therapist.
that's Yeah, that's Emma and Jarrett's job. Emma can triage and send them to Jarrett instead.
Is it kind of like that they're used to dealing with patients who are either in too much pain or too unconscious to actually require small
Absolutely.
talk? That's
Absolutely.
that story, right? Okay.
Totally.
Yeah.
There was
Another part of it
Yeah.
is you don't have time to talk about your feelings. Like you need to be on your feet in order to make another strike on this target tomorrow.
Yeah, you shove that shit down. You have time to deal with your trauma later.
Yep.
Sounds very Vulcan.
Yeah. You know,
Except
if you
in a-
survive, you can experience the luxury of your emotions. But while you're in the midst of it,
Yep.
you don't have the luxury.
You just have to survive another day.
Yeah.
There's no crying in the resistance.
In Bajor?
In the resistance.
Crying? Are you crying?
I love that meme. I fucking knew you were gonna bust that out, Mel. I swear to God.
Oh my god.
Not just the meme, but I love that movie too. It's a great movie.
Agreed.
I haven't seen that movie, I don't think. Which one is it?
A League of Their Own. Tom
No, I
Hanks.
haven't.
Oh, you haven't
Oh,
seen
yeah.
that? That's a
Oh,
good,
you
fun
gotta
movie.
watch that.
I think you'd
yeah.
like it. So on the list, we've got Surf's Up and A League of Their Own.
Yep.
If you
Also,
It's a
have
very
Lady
interesting
TCM,
watch list.
if you
Kelsey
have
needs to watch
TCM,
Lady Hawk also.
That's
then
true.
they
I need to
just
watch
recently
Lady
showed A
Hawk.
League of Their Own,
Oh
and
yeah,
it's online. Should be online at least.
I need to watch it.
Oh, I have seen The League of Your Own. That's the kids one? No.
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Ladies.
Shit. It's a baseball one.
It's ladies
Yeah.
playing baseball.
Yeah, no, I have
During
seen it. That's in like the
World War-
80s, right? Or 90s?
World War One? No,
World
two.
War
Okay.
II.
World
No,
War
I have
Two.
seen this. I have seen this. It's got that guy in it from the 90s movies. He's like always in 90s movies.
Tom Hanks.
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy, 90s movies guy. Is that what Tom Hanks is now?
I'm sorry.
What I think of
I
Tom
love
Hanks as is
I love
like
him.
he's like the quintessential dad of movies from that time period.
Yeah.
Like he's just such a dad figure.
I love him so much. My favorite movie with him is The Green Mile.
I've actually never seen that.
Yeah, I heard
Are you
something.
fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Oh, shit.
Also,
Put that on the list.
if you haven't seen Sully, you should watch it. That one's excellent.
Oh, I forgot that he was in that.
Yeah.
Mhm. That one was really good.
Amazing.
These are all movies you would typically find on a Star Trek themed playlist. So nothing
Totally.
unusual going on here.
Yeah.
I love him.
Now, every time we talk about movies, though, I'm going to think about could Chuck watch this movie? Or would that be bad?
Which
Chuck
list is this
Scale.
movie on?
Yeah.
Does this movie have the potential of bringing on an existential?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You'd be surprised how many do.
This
You
movie
bet.
receives 4 out of 5 Chuck.
4 out of 5 Chuck.
4 out of 5 Chuck units.
Oh my god. 4 out of 5 bioneural gel packs.
Thank you guys so much for enjoying my son and involving him in your
I
life.
love him.
Oh yeah, he's a perfect little built-in plot device, so it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I did not expect this from a character who's originally a fucking joke.
That's what you get for throwing a joke at me.
I know, God, I should have known better.
I just dropped my iPad on my face.
Oh my god, JD, are you fucking serious?
Yes.
I was
I've done
wondering
that
what
before.
that sound was.
Are you
That was-
okay?
The iPad dropping out of my hand and hitting my face and the microphone.
I've totally done that before.
Do you need to go to the hospital?
No, I'm okay.
It's okay. The doctors at this hospital have terrible bedside manner.
Don't go unless it's an emergency.
Nobody's gonna go and get like medical care because they're gonna be like,
They're gonna be
Dr.
intimidated
Sam?
by the doctor and annoyed by the holographic nurse.
yes, exactly. Kotri is definitely intimidated by Dr. Uhen.
Sorry.
Great.
Yeah.
Does that?
Yeah. I mean, like a lot of it has to do with age. She's like early 30s, and so she really, she sees Dr. Uhen as like, the sort of respected elder, and is like, oh, this is somebody who lived through almost the whole occupation, and I was born, only sort of toward in the last third of it. So yeah. So she's got a lot of respect, and which will probably turn into, something closer to adoration the longer they get to know each other.
Aw.
Yeah.
Aw.
But Jordan's got to stick together, man.
Yeah.
That was a lot of feelings.
I have a lot of Bajoran feelings, okay?
You know I do too.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
And you guys haven't even had the chance to meet Ullu, who's the other
that's true.
Bajoran.
Yeah.
We have so many
That's
Bajorans
true.
on this ship.
We do.
Humans are in the minority.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay, I filled out the NPC.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
plenty of NPC humans.
That's so
I'm,
interesting.
I'm also looking forward to Rabbit and Emid interaction, because I want to know how those two telepaths engage with each other.
Oh, I'm gonna have to do some
Yep.
research and stuff. I had too many things to do tonight to give it a moment. So next week he'll get his moment in the sun.
Is Emid an empath or a telepath?
I made him an empath.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I know in the rules of the game you can do one or the other. Yeah.
I did that. I didn't talk to Kim about it, but I did that because I thought telepath would increase the complexity of the interactions, and that wasn't necessarily what she wanted out of this NPC. But if she wants him to be a telepath, I'm totally okay with that too. It's kind of up to her.
Well,
it's a good thing to think about.
Maybe he'll connect with somebody enough that he's interested in developing abilities. Because that is the idea, right? They inherently have empathic abilities, but they can develop it into telepathic abilities.
That's what I mean. I don't know if that's canon, but that's what they did on Shield of Tomorrow with their Betazoid. So she started out as an empath, then she started exploring her telepathic abilities slowly over time.
I think Emmett is going to be an empath, except with Rabbit, and he will only be able to be telepathic with Rabbit and nobody else.
I think that actually makes sense. That he would be able to be more telepathic with other telepaths.
I suppose it does actually make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Got a direct line to the commander.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean that's how Troy worked. She was an empath, but she was telepathic with other Betazoids.
Oh, okay. I see.
Like she could speak telepathically with her mom. That's correct. Yeah, even though she's an empath normally. Like she can't speak telepathically or read the thoughts of like humans or other people, but with her mom she has a stronger connection because her mom's a full Betazoid, a full telepath.
I love her mom.
Her mom shows up like a number of times in Deep Space Nine, by the way.
Really? Oh
she's a recurring guest star on DS9.
And she's great,
God.
by the way.
I was not.
Her part in Deep Space Nine is really good.
Yeah.
So glad.
She's an ambassador, so she shows up every once in a while doing ambassadorial things.
I fucking love her character. She's really well developed.
I love her so much.
I love her actor, and
yes,
just really happy with her. So I'm really glad to hear that.
Yes.
But yeah, if Emmett is going to try and do any kind of telepathic thing, he's gonna have to get permission first. Otherwise, he's gonna have one very passive aggressively angry commander on his ass.
I like the idea that Emmett's not a telepath, but suddenly he is, with rapid,
Yes.
and so it
Yes.
hits them both by surprise.
I like that.
Oh my
Gonna
god,
have to
he's gonna be
explore
like,
that.
Yeah. Poor Evan is like, oh, I didn't sign up for this. What the fuck?
And the worst part is that it's your boss.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
the only person that's ever had a direct line right into your brain is
I
your
feel like-
fucking boss.
Yeah, I feel like this is literally for Emid or Emid.
I don't know. Whatever you want. He doesn't care.
Emid. I feel like for him, it's gonna be the psychic equivalent of walking in on your boss in the shower or in the bathroom. And it's like, oh god, I didn't need to see that. I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
It's that at first, but then ultimately it's the feeling that you have when you know that your boss has like a browsing history tracker on you, like
Oh my God.
or that
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can see your screen at some
Yeah.
point, like they can
Yeah.
pop in and like, see what you're doing on your screen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You better not be, putzing off.
Yeah.
Putz.
yeah, that's gonna be bad. I don't know how he's gonna handle that.
I love it. I love that our NPCs are getting fleshed out too.
Mhm.
I know. Just watch. Eventually, we're gonna have to like start adopting more characters onto our playlist.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna
'Cause
start
that's
passing out
definitely-
NPCs.
That's what happened with.
I know we already tricked Mel into playing a third character.
Tricked nothing.
That's right.
Gladly and happily took on more responsibility.
I'm
Thank
so
you
glad.
for playing this child.
I love this child.
I'm really happy that somebody else is taking the reins on Corin because that makes interactions with him a lot more fun.
It's
Yeah.
way
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
fun for me too to see play him than for me to juggle him.
Totally.
Yeah.
And it's ended up being a really great tie-in because there's a trouble of finding balance of okay, who can get into the scene, and having Mael taking Corin pulls everybody into the classroom space. Everybody has a character.
That's
in that
true.
space.
Oh
So Mael otherwise was in a position where she was going to be left out more often than I wanted it to happen. So it's all fallen together really nicely.
That's great. Yeah.
yeah.
I like that.
Yay.
And Corin should start thinking about some kind of a research project that he wants to do so that he has something that he can work on while the other kids are working on their stuff.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Homework.
But fun homework because it's homework that you get to decide the subject of.
Homework.
that sound was legit.
Oh, homework.
Just homework, even if it's cool space homework.
It's cool space homework, but it's still homework.
You think that Jarrett tries to tack that onto everything? Like, I know it's bedtime, but it's cool space bedtime.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Except
god.
that doesn't fucking work because they just came off of a ship, so it's not like it's really any different in that sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey,
yeah, it was space homework before. It's not.
it's
Yeah.
still space homework, Dad.
Yeah.
No one's impressed.
Yeah,
I am not convinced.
Chuck
if
is
he's-
impressed.
Oh.
Yeah, what
Because
if
Chuck
what
is
if
a
his
good boy.
homework? What if his homework is it's like after he meets Chuck, it becomes cybernetics and like AI.
That would be really cute. Or something
Just
related to
saying.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Saying.
That would be cute.
You guys haven't even met all the other kids yet.
I
I
know.
know. Who's gonna be playing the other kids?
Who wants to? No, I'm playing the other kids.
Putting my hand up. Give me a child.
I want to keep you without a child because ultimately I want Chuck to be part of this.
That is correct. I
That
do have a
makes
child
sense.
already.
Yes, you technically are one of the child, but
I
One
am
of the
one-
childs.
your child's is a little too sensitive to child. So
That's true.
give him a day, and then we'll see how Jarrett feels about him introduced. But ultimately, I would really like to see him acclimating into being one of the kids.
That would be a really
What
happen.
what Jarrett would like is to introduce him to Corin first, so that when Chuck meets the other kids, he already has, somebody he knows in the group.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah. And that way he'll be hopefully less likely to stay clinging on to Jarrett and will, engage. Even if he's
Corin instead.
Yeah, but at least it's another kid, so it's like it's baby steps. Baby steps.
Very much
That's
so.
true. He will definitely be clinging onto Jarrett.
The other Trill.
Hey, Carla.
What's up?
What did T'ira end up doing for her 2-week shore leave?
Oh yeah.
I'll have to think about that.
she was ordered to take a 2-week vacation.
Oh,
Pierre wanted her to be nice and fresh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about it. I'll tell you.
Think on that. It was a total coincidence, though, that you ended up being from San Francisco.
I love that. That worked out so great.
I know, that was a good way to distract Chuck. Thank you.
Totally. I have to say that if things had started going bad, Jarrett was ready to take off his shirt and be like, "Look, more spots. Count them."
Oh.
That is epic therapy.
Oh.
I have a feeling it might still happen at some point in the future.
Keep that in your back pocket.
Yeah.
Before Jarrett comes to his room, and
yes,
Corin just sitting there in his underwear. Chuck is happily counting away, and he's like, "Hi, Dad!"
Oh my god!
Oh no, that's really cute.
That's really cute.
Oh my god! Oh no, I love their friendship.
If Jarrett found that, his first thought would be, "Oh god, do I need to do the birds and the bees talk now?"
That's not your favorite thing to walk into your kid.
No.
No matter how supportive a parent, that's a
yeah.
I love how Chuck and Corin are already the best of friends and they haven't even met yet.
I know.
I have decided this. It happened.
It has been written.
I do think that might be kind of a natural division in the group of kids, because the 3 that are part of the program actually have a research they need to do.
Right.
And,
Plus
and
they're
they're
older.
sort of in a different, maybe in a different frame of mind than Chuck and Corin, who are both sort of there for other reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And Jarrett's really sensitive to, like, he's low-key super worried that Corin is going to feel outclassed by all these kids. And, like,
fears are founded.
Yeah, like, feel like he doesn't belong here. So he's like, let's make them friends so that neither of them feel alone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's really good, because like Chuck has never met another child or somebody else who's at his developmental range. So he's like, he's gonna be he's gonna value that experience a lot.
Yeah, and Corin will be closer to his age range than these other kids will be as well.
Yeah. That will definitely be. So I can definitely see their friendship blooming, but this also makes me sad because, like, thinking about this, I'm like, oh, it's really good stuff, blah blah. They're gonna be the best friends, but then I'm like, oh no, like, Corin's gonna age and Chuck is not. Chuck is gonna stay the same.
Yeah, but Corin also has the potential to eventually become a joint trill, in which case they could actually be part of each other's lives for a long ass time.
That's true, but
that's the most romantic story I've ever fucking heard. A trill who's in love. join throughout time to be together. I'm gonna die.
I mean, it's like
Start
it's
writing it.
definitely strictly against the Symbiosis Commission rules.
I was gonna say I remember reading something against this. They can still be friends though, like
That's true.
and I feel like with an android, I don't know, would that be part of even organic android? Like, would they eventually be capable of that kind of romantic, maybe even physical romantic bond?
It is. I think that's a big question, actually. Like,
So,
you know, let's get him past, you know, his mental age into his adulthood, and that's something that can perhaps be addressed when he's not 10 anymore.
Yeah.
Or 8 or 6 or 3.
He's a wide range of possibilities right now.
Of ages.
Complicated.
Everything
Really
within 3 and 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends on what he's feeling at the time.
And like honestly, for both high functioning, intelligent human children and I've seen 12-year-olds revert to that kind of a behavior when they're stressed out and unhappy. So like
Totally.
it's not out of the ordinary.
Yeah,
especially for very high functioning kids. They tend to be
very human, actually.
Yeah.
See, Chuck, you're already halfway there.
Oh, good job, Chuck.
Yeah.
Proud.
Is T'ira regretting her taking this assignment yet?
No.
Good. She did a really good job. I just want to make sure she's not ready to jump ship already.
I'm so excited to see this. Like, I was really hoping that there was going to be a Vulcan on. So I'm really
it's exciting.
happy to have Vulcan on.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I can just see the conversation going down with whichever one of her parents is Vulcan. And she's like, I'm really afraid of sharks. And their Vulcan parents are like, that is not logical.
That's completely illogical.
you do not spend any time in the water. I'm so afraid of sharks. That is not logical.
Land shark. The land shark.
Land shark. I'm sure that Vulcan has land sharks, let's be honest.
They do.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Pull out Junji Ito's.
So basically hippos?
Yeah, right.
Oh, hippos are land sharks. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, hippos are freaking
Those are fucking scarifying.
They're not good.
Yeah.
Scarifying?
They're scarifying.
I like
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hello, everybody.
Good
This
word.
is Intelligent Wit and Banter brought to you by Chelsea Harper, who's currently high off of Robitussin.
Hey.
Good time.
Commander Robitussin.
Under Commander Ruben.
I
hate you.
I'm just saying, I don't remember what Rabbit's full name is, but I'm pretty sure it was close to that.
Oh my god.
Commander Ruben.
I cannot even believe the fucking shade on my ship. It's Robin Oster because I'm uncreative and I was like thinking about Final Fantasy Tactics.
Wow, I didn't even get that reference.
Well, there you go.
That's how like fucking dungeon ass nerd I am.
Amazing.
I know nothing of the fantasy finality.
Oh man.
The fantasy finality.
I love the fantasy finality. It's one of my favorites.
Fantasy finality is the Chinese knockoff.
That's a really plasticky wallet pick up at a show.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Excellent. It is an excellent storytelling medium and art form. It's great. I love it a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat something for
We
dinner
should
now.
eat something.
Oh yeah, dinner.
Oh,
Whatever.
Please, everybody go eat.
Thank you
Yeah.
for spending this whole night with me, though, doing this. This is our pilot episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Pilot
Back to back.
Yeah.
Pilot episode's always a little longer.
Special
sense.
double episode.
Exactly.
Thank you guys
Really?
so much for having me.
Of course.
Guys,
Thanks for pushing through the sick and still having a good game.
You're so
Yeah.
welcome. I'm so
Mhm.
sorry for being sick.
No, you're fine.
You were a champ. I'm so proud of all of you. For dealing with the
Thank you.
Star Trek of it all.
Yeah.
Well,
really
we will
Thanks,
speak in
guys.
person again next week, and until then, we will talk online.
On the
Same
Discords.
Same
Yes.
back channel.
Sounds good.
See you all on Subspace.
Okay. Night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. Thank you. Bye.